Okay, so we now exactly 8:05. I see there's two more people that have joined us. It's Devashri, morning Devashri, and Jackie.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning, colleagues.
Okay, I'm just going to bring up the presentation. Do presentation mode. Why is it doing that? Close that off. Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, this is the right one. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Okay, so welcome guys to Research Ethics in Postgraduate Supervision. I know it was Professor Nita Subdio that was going to run with the session. Due to unforeseen circumstances, you are unfortunately stuck with me. So welcome to this morning's Saturday session. Thank you for joining. I know it's a Saturday. I didn't really expect a lot of people to be joining, but glad to have you. So we're going to start off first with some introductions. What I'm going to do is maybe we can start with, I can't actually see the names on the chat itself or the list of participants, but if each of you can take a turn just to introduce yourself. I think you'll have been in other classes with each other, but just your name, your title, your designation, and the institution that you come from, please. We can start off with Chandre.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Glad to see everyone again online. My name is Chandre. I am a Research Capacity Development Coordinator at the University of Johannesburg.
Okay, Karen, you can go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Karen Johnson. I work at Discovery. I am Head of Strategic Programs and Wellness at Discovery Vitality, but I love academic stuff and I love doing things on the side. So I would like to say that this might be my hobby. So really, really happy to be here.
Lovely. Anybody can go next because I can't see the names now. So please go for it.
Good morning,
everyone.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jackie. At times, I'm calling myself Theodora.
Okay, we're having a cross line here now. So let's. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Jackie. At times, I call myself Theodora. I'm a professional advisor at the South African Nursing Council. I will be graduating my PhD in June or in September. Thank you.
Lovely.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nehemiah Ndlovu. I'm a senior lecturer in tourism and hospitality management. I'm based in Botswana. Thank you.
You?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tebogo Bukaba. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Applied Information System in UJ. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindiwe Kumete. I'm a lecturer in the Medical Imaging and Radiation Sciences Department. In short, we use MAS because the name is too long. And this is at UJ. Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Devashri Naidu. I'm a lecturer in sociology at the University of Mpumalanga. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andre van der Westhuizen. I'm the head of education at Varsity College Sandton. I also lecture and supervise research in the Faculty of Education. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenny Chiwarawara. I am at UJ. Thank you very much.
Have we missed out anybody? Is there somebody else left? Is that all of us? Okay. Going once, going twice, gone. Okay. So just some house rules, please. I think when we did postgrad assessment together, these were some of the things that I also mentioned to you guys. Just be respectful of each other. Raise your hand when you want to speak. Most especially, I think this forms part of the whole course that we're doing here. No mentioning of names of individuals or entities during discussions, okay? You can maybe say organization A or person B or something to that effect. Keep the discussions robust and agree to disagree, but respectfully. Okay, and then I see Prof. Sikti also said the Chatham House rules. So you can discuss, with somebody else outside of this session, the content of what we are speaking about, but not exactly the source. So if, for example, Karen said something and Chandra wants to discuss this with someone else, she can talk about it, but she must not mention that it came from Dr. Karen Johnson. Okay, so that's just some house rules. And then the module breakdown. So we've got 4 modules. It's 4 units, units 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've listed them for you. So what I'm hoping to do today is actually, please excuse that in the background, that's my bird, that's not me. It's to go through unit 1 and unit 2. And then we can then discuss in terms of unit 3 and 4, because I looked at the content. I don't think we're going to need that many sessions to cover it. What I would like to do is to try and cover, as much as the content as possible and give you more time to work on your the continuous assessments that we have, as well as the assessment that's for the, the final one that you have to do as well. I do understand that you are carrying other courses as well, so I'm trying to make this as stress-free and easy as possible for you guys. Over and above the other courses, I do know though from your intros now, all of you are also carrying heavy workloads. So whatever time that you can get to work on this, I'm hoping to try and give you that time. So we don't use that many sessions. I think there's 8 sessions. I don't think we're going to need so many sessions in terms of contact sessions, but I will still keep those sessions open. Should anybody need to contact me, or you want to have a discussion, you need some clarification on something, those times will still be available for you to make contact with me. So we've got unit 1, which is requirements and moral obligation, 2, which is contractual aspects of ethics and research supervision, 3, which is supervisor responsibility, and unit 4, ethics and context. Now, in terms of the continuous assessment breakdown, what I'm going to say to you is please don't follow. I know you were given the guide, but I've slightly changed things around. When we did have a meeting with other facilitators, one of the things that the students, well, you guys put forth was that there were too many assessments and it was, too few marks for that assessment. So I've tried to replicate it the way I did my previous module, where I'm giving you one activity, which is 10 marks, and then one assignment per unit. Okay, I hope that's agreeable to all of you. I think it's pretty fair what I'm asking for, as opposed to asking you to do every single activity that's in this module. So I've listed that for you. I will send this breakdown to each and every one of you. I will get Dr. Lorenzo to send this breakdown to you. But you can already, after we finish the 2 units today, you can already start working on these, right? And if you feel actually that if you've moved through the content, meaning from unit 1 to unit 4, and you feel you're sort of in the space that you can actually start your others even for 3 and 4, please go ahead. I think it'll just help when we're going into 3 and 4, the contact session. It'll just be a bit more information, and maybe you'd want to then just meet up what you already, have started working on. So these are the continuous assessment tasks that you will be required to do, and they all total to 100 marks. Right. Now for your final assessment, I know you in the it's the learning
Sorry,
guide, I
Doc.
think it is. Yes. Yes,
Can we go
Divashri.
back to the assessments, please, if you don't mind?
There we go.
Okay, so I think just for clarity, can we just go through this assessments again? I see activity 1, activity 2, activity 3, activity 4, and then 4 assignments.
Yeah, that's correct. So
So
activity,
there's
so for unit 1, there's an activity 1 and there's an assignment 1. For unit 2, there's an activity 2 and there's an assignment 2. I've just listed it that way so it makes sense.
I don't mean to be controversial this early in the morning, but in terms of reducing the assessment structure, we've got 8 assessments for this module.
Yes.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I'm
you
not
know
giving
how do we reconcile that? Because I thought we were reducing them. I mean, our previous ones we had like 3 assessments we had to hand in to submit. Now we have 8, so it just doesn't make sense in terms of the goal that we were trying to achieve to lessen our workload. But sorry, I'm just putting it out there.
No, it's fine. It's
I
fine.
may not need a
I'm
response, but I think the goal was to lessen the assessments. Previous assessments, we had only 3 to submit. Now we have 8 to submit, but we're trying to, so it just didn't make sense, but that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Divashri. No, I am actually, so are you talking about previous, which module was it that you did? Because when I did my module with you guys, it was set out the same way where you had an activity and you had an assignment. So which module did you do that you had to, because I know there was a module you guys did where you all had, I think, I'm not going to mention the facilitator, but you had all these little tasks that you all had to do, but for very few marks. I think that module was
Absolutely.
actually the problem. Yeah. So with this, it's the continuous assessment. This is why when I say it's 1 to 2 pages, I'm not expecting you all to write a hell of a lot, right? When it comes to the activity. So whether you write 1 page or whether you write 2 pages, it's for 10 marks, but it depends on what content you are putting in there. As long as you have, you're working through the activity and I can see that there's understanding.
No,
and when it's
sorry, Doc. I didn't mean to. It's just that I needed to make sense of what we were trying to achieve and what we were told and this. But it's fine. At the end of the day, we're here to work, so we're gonna work. But it just didn't make sense. But that's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Now that I understand it, we have 8
No
submissions
problem.
to make, 2 submissions per unit, 1 activity, 1 assignment.
Yes.
Thanks.
And now I think what I was trying to say to you guys, because when I looked at this module, the content, it is not a lot, right? In terms of if I look at the learning guide that they've given you. So this is why I say to you, I don't think we're going to need 8 contact sessions. So those, even if we use 2 contact sessions, if you're agreeable to that. So I've already worked slides from unit 1 and unit 2. I've already started unit 3 as well. So what my plan was today, to go work through unit 1, work through unit 2. We'll use one of the other days, maybe the 2 hours, maybe next week, Tuesday, because I know we've got a session for Monday and we've got a session for Tuesday. We can use Tuesday's session. I can wrap up unit 3 and unit 4 in that session. So all the other sessions that you do have, which will be basically 6 other sessions, which you would have been having a contact session with me, I want you to utilize that to finish off. So you're still working on the ethics module, but you're working on your assessments during that time.
No, Doc, that makes a lot of sense, is to cut down the contact sessions and then give us activities to be engaged in. So I think now that you've explained that, it makes a little bit more sense and it does seem more feasible. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Okay. Because it seems like a lot. I think I just wrote a lot here, but I think when you get down to it, it's not going to be that bad. Let me just put it that way. Okay, and I think stuff that we are also discussing in our contact session is also going to help you to move quicker with. Okay, Dr. Govind is joining us to move forward with these assessments. I know it's a lot. Unfortunately, I also have to show, in terms of what assessment I'm giving you guys, that, there is. I'm not just giving you 3 main things to do and then bulking the marks in that. It needs to show for each unit that you do understand what was the focus of the unit. Okay, I'm so sorry, but that's how it's going to be. Okay, now the final assessment. This is what I want you to do. I said supervisors, but maybe you don't need to do it in towards a supervisor. I think create a user-friendly ethics guide for a postgraduate student. So what I want you to think about when you're doing this, think about you have a student and using the content that you've gained from this course, set out a user-friendly ethics guide that you would give your student to use. So let's say you've got a new PhD student or a new master student that you are taking on for supervision. Think of this as something that you will give to them as a supervisor to say, when it comes to carrying out your research in terms of ethics, here's a guideline that I've come up with, right, to make you understand as a student all the most important things that you need to consider and tips and things like that you can put in there. So I've listed a few things: institutional policies, practice of ethics in research, the supervisor's role, the student's role, maybe the ethics application, which is the most important part, the checklisting. And then, use your references in the module as well. Also include at least 3 or, something different to those in the module when you're doing this, right? And then all the concepts that you've learned in the module as well, right? But you're putting this together as a supervisor, you're building it for your student. So that's going to amount to 80 marks. I'm not giving you a definite how many pages. It doesn't need to be 20 pages. Okay, you can make it nice and compact, but cover everything that you feel that a student would need to know in terms of, ethics throughout the research process. So that counts for 80 marks. We will have a presentation session where you will present your guide to everybody else in the session. So there'll be 10 marks for your presentation skills and the presentation itself. And then 10 marks for the look and feel of your actual document, so the guide itself. So you'll do a very small presentation. I don't want, 10 slides or whatever it is, even if it's 2 slides, just to talk about, how you put this guide together, what informed your guide, and what were some of the things you thought about would be handy or handy tips for your students. So try and be as unique as possible. Okay, what you'd like to be as creative as possible. There's nothing that's sort of boxing you in terms of what you can and cannot do. Okay, so that's the final assessment, and that's 80 marks and 20 marks, adding to 100 marks. Okay, any questions before we move forward? Devashri? Are you good? Have I shocked you? Have I shocked you into silence?
Absolute, no, not in silence. So there I was thinking, gosh, 8 assessment activities. Okay, manageable. I can do this with everything else we're juggling. And then we get the big task and the presentation. That's 10 assessments. I must admit, it is disconcerting. But I mean, what can we do really? It's just that we thought that our loads are going to be lessened in terms of the assessment structure, but 10 assessments. Okay, sorry, I'm just, it's Saturday morning, so sorry.
Okay, let me rethink your continuous assessment. Maybe I can try and move those marks for the activities. And I can reduce those 4 activities, but you're going to have to do the 4 assignments. Okay, if we can negotiate that.
Doc, I think, if we could negotiate that, it would really be helpful. And I'll tell you why. It's just that we are struggling and juggling a lot. It becomes difficult to focus and do things really well if we're doing too many things and our attention is quite dispersed and becomes overwhelming, and that becomes a challenge to the assessment structures, process as well. So if you could relook at it and perhaps reduce it a little bit for us, give us that time to focus on doing things really well, we'd really appreciate that.
Okay, what says the rest of the house, because everybody else is quiet? I'm not looking at
hand,
yeah,
but you were still in a conversation with the other colleagues. I think I hold the same sentiment regarding the number of assessments. I was actually shocked by the page. I had joined through my phone, so now I'm switching on my laptop because I can't see properly on the phone. I think, yeah, wow, that's a lot of assignment. Yeah, I'm sure if you can be able maybe to do something in terms of reducing them I remember they are not big assignments, the ones that were within units before the big one that we have to present. But still, reviewing documents, trying to put it, even if it's a 2-pager, there's still a lot of reading that we need to do in order to present work that's on par with the level that we are studying at. So yeah, if you can reduce them, I think it will be much appreciated, because there is no time. That assignment and the presentation is due next month in April, which is, it's unrealistic really. The timelines, the period that is put for this course, it's not nice.
Okay, I saw Karen's hand going up.
Yeah, I think just a comment from me, just to say that I appreciate, I think I can recognize what you're doing here, which is I think we might have had 30 activities previously in the other ones. So I actually appreciate this approach where it's rather fewer activities that we need to do, and maybe just a little bit longer. So I'm not really opposed to the number, because I think it does look less than the previous ones, and they are relatively short. So I think obviously everybody's keen for a little bit less work, but I recognize that it's definitely something that we probably need to do, and there's some certain requirements that you need to make sure that we have stuck to as well, given that kind of this is for the degree. So I am not completely opposed. I've also got a lot on my plate, but happy to have more focused attention on fewer activities than the 30 or 40 we had last time.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Doctor, I saw your hand was going up, Dr. Ndlovu.
Yes, Doc, mine is on the presentation. Can't we just submit the document and do away with the presentation?
Well, we can do that. I mean, look, what you're presenting is going to be a guide in any event. I just thought it would have been nice if we don't want to even do it for marks, just to share with others, because I wanted all your colleagues to see what you have done. And I think from there, others can also learn. Otherwise, it's just a thing of you submitting and then, we're not sharing knowledge with each other. So I can take out the marks for presentation. So you don't need to do maybe a presentation slides. You don't need to do the slides, but maybe you have to, not maybe, I think you will have to present your guide that you have created and maybe just talk to it. So I'm agreeable to in terms of taking out, PowerPoint presentation slides. You don't need to put slides together, but you will have to present your final product. You'll have to present that. And I think it's important, as I was saying, for knowledge sharing and, just for everybody else to have a look. Look, we're from different institutions as well, right? And it's nice to also see what other institutions are doing, because you're going to take your guidance also from what your institution is doing. So it's a nice way for us to have a fruitful discussion. It is obviously an assessment, but remember the key or the objective, the end objective to this module, over and above just the assessments, which means we have to tick these boxes for you to, meet a certain requirement to get a mark for this module. But it is also about, learning, and it's about developing, and it's about getting new ideas from other people. So knowledge sharing is actually what I think is most important in these sessions. So this is the reason. So we can take out the presentation slides, that's fine, but we will have to have a presentation where you will then present your product to say, this is the guide that I've come up with, and this is what informed me when I was putting this guide together. These are some of the things that I looked at, and just explain to say, why do I think that these things are important for the student to know and to understand, so just something to that effect, Doc, if that makes sense.
Yes, much appreciated.
Okay, great. Devashri, I'm not going to say that I'm not going to take your issues into consideration. I will go back to, I think, Prof. Govender, and just show her what I've put down as your assessments. And I will also discuss it with Prof. Nita, because she was the person that was going to facilitate this. I'm going to just show her the breakdown of what I've put together and just get some sense from her, because remember, this is the first time I'm running her session, just to see what she had given her previous cohorts. Okay, if it's too much that I've given you guys, then I will reduce in terms of the activity, right? So I will maybe take out the activities and see where I can move those marks around. And then just leave you all with the 4 assignments for the 4 units, right? But I will get back to you guys on that. Is that
Much
okay?
appreciated. That's so appreciated, you know, to take the time to actually consult and engage with us and take our recommendations into consideration. We really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Not a problem. Not a problem. I'm here to assist. And as I said, I know you guys are very busy. I know you'll are carrying jobs over and above just doing this, this qualification. And you'll also have homes that you'll need to run. So this is the reason why I was even saying, when I looked at the content, I thought 8 sessions, I'm not going to need 8 sessions with you guys. 2 sessions are going to be more than enough just to have as contact sessions. And then I'm going to give you the other 6 sessions. I'm going to open that up for you to utilize that to work with your assessments so that you'll have enough time. Right. So let's get to the slides now. Okay, what and how will I benefit from this session? Okay, I'm going to need somebody, maybe Chandre or somebody to help me if somebody's hand is up, or if somebody needs to say something, or if there's something in the chat. If Chandre, if you can please just help me, because I can't see that. I've got my slides up, so I can only see my slides.
No problem, Dr. V. I will do.
Thank you. Okay. Right. So I think somebody is unmuted. Is somebody else joining us? Okay. Okay. So my first slide is just about what and how will you benefit from this session. So remember, this is about approaches to ethics. We're going to speak a lot about the principles of ethics. We're going to look at your role as a supervisor, which is very important because this is what this module is all about. I think it was on Wednesday, I went to the students at JBS and I delivered a session to them in terms of ethics from a student's perspective, what's their role, what to expect, and, giving them some tips in terms of what they should be doing. Whether it was through the ethics throughout the research process and the actual, the governance part of it, where they're putting the ethics application together. But this session obviously is about your role as a supervisor. How are you going to guide your student in terms of ethics? And as you know, all of you have, I think, except the one student, I think, that's here studying for your PhD, who will soon graduate, Theodora, I think it is. Most of you have already supervised students, so you know that research is an iterative process. But throughout the research process, there's that part of ethics that always comes in. And your role as a supervisor is, how do I, keep on monitoring and checking to ensure that your student is on track in terms of following the practices and the principles of ethics, making sure they're in line with the institutional, the governance that they have around ethics for research, laws that are applicable to people's rights. So basically, what you need to do to make sure you carry your student through this process to ensure that your student is not doing anything untowards and that they are following the proper principles and practice of research ethics. So what you're benefiting from here, which I think all of you we're doing this more in the sense of you guys are doing this module for your qualification, but I think most of you are well aware in terms of, how you guide your students through. So take this more as a refresher kind of a module. Okay. So we did the module breakdown. So we're going to first look at Unit 1, which looks at requirements
Sorry.
and model obligation. Yes, Chandre?
Dr. V, Samakushka has asked if we can have your email address so that we can contact you.
No problem. I'll put that in the chat when we are going to have a break. I'll just type that in for you guys. Not a problem at all. Thanks, Chandre. Okay, so Unit 1, requirements and model obligation. So I think the first question most people will ask is, what is ethics, right? And I think when you're sitting and you explaining this to your student when you're having your first session, because you got a new student coming in, you need to explain how the research process works. And mind you, sometimes you may have you'll have an honor student that's now into masters that's not really kind of sure how it works. But you may even have a student that has finished a master's and coming into PhD, but still doesn't understand fully how ethics works. Okay. And I guess one supervisor differs from the next in terms of how much of emphasis they're putting on this, how much of discussions they're having with their student, and just trying to really emphasize to the student how important it is that it could make or break your research. So when we talk about ethics, we talk about moral values, principles. For example, when I was speaking to the students on Wednesday, I gave them a silly example, just that, you're walking in a shopping mall and you see a wallet that's on the floor. You pick it up and there's a wad of money in there, So that's where, the moral dilemma comes in, that moral compass comes in as to, should I take this to security and, say, this is, somebody lost this, and can you make an announcement? You say, but anybody's lost their wallet. Or do you open that wallet and say, wow, I don't think this person's going to miss this cash. Finders keepers, losers weepers. So that's where, you need to decide on what is the right actions that you take, what constitutes good life. And this is sometimes not very easy, I understand, to teach your student, because I think it comes down also to character and it comes down to upbringing, a lot of things. But I think when it comes to research itself, we are governed in a way that, there's basically rules within which we can engage and apply ourselves. And this is something that we need to teach our students as well. And there's various branches. So I listed some normative ethics, which focuses on model standards, meta-ethics, which explores the nature of model judgments, and applied ethics, applies ethical theories to practical issues. So this is where, decisions needs to be made, whether it's in the medical field, whether it's with environmental concerns, or whether it's even in business practice, right? And ethics guides, as we say, your conduct and your decision-making, whether it's in life, I think every day we are decision-making on various things in our life, or whether it comes to work, there's within your workspace as well, that you need to decide on various things, and ethics come in there as well as research. So in your learner guide, I know that Prof. Nita put in deontological, consequential, virtue, ethics of care. These are things that you can read about, okay? Kant, 1742. But I think these are things that we are currently, as I said, whether it's in your personal space, whether it's in your workspace, whether it's in your research space, these are kind of things that we sometimes don't even know we're doing it. It's sort of, built into our nature, but we are doing it. And it sort of depends, whether you're going to take a good decision or whether you're going to take a bad decision. And we all know when there's bad decisions, there are consequences to that. So it's important, especially in research, that there's ethical considerations. Remember, when we are doing research, and what you need to tell your students is, which I'm sure you do, when they're dealing, especially with human subjects, they need to understand that we have, people have rights. If they're dealing with a very vulnerable group, for example, children, refugees, maybe prisoners, maybe they're doing research where women have been in a home for women that have been going through domestic violence, things like that. So they need to obviously understand that there's a certain way that you have to approach these people, that you have to have a lot of respect. There has to be dignity. There has to be protection of rights. Now with POPIA as well, protection of personal information is very important. So, ethics as well, there's lots of regulations that are coming in and laws. So ethics is also changing in terms of, those things that you as a supervisor also need to keep your finger on the pulse, that you are aware of and make your students aware of. And they also need to ensure that they're collecting the data ethically. Because if they're not collecting data in a way that is ethical, that becomes a problem in terms of the trustworthiness of the research, whether the data is actually accurate, whether it's reliable. And then that does put a bit of a spin in terms of the integrity of the researcher. In this instance will be your student. But remember, vicariously, you are actually, as the supervisor, you will carry that responsibility if the student, is not doing what they're supposed to do when it comes to research in terms of applying ethical considerations. Okay, that's why you are there as the supervisor. You are there to guide. You are there to monitor. You are there to oversee, right? You are there to police it. And when that happens to research, we know that, public will lose trust and confidence in what's coming out of research in terms of we are doing it for the greater good. Research is done to fill gaps, to, bring solutions to challenges that we have for bigger issues in life. But if the research is not being conducted properly, if the researcher is not applying these ethical considerations, then that does become an issue. Okay, and then there were 3 principles that Bertram spoke about: autonomy, non-malfeasance, and beneficence. Now, I read a few others. Okay, you can go and look at many others. I know Prof. Nita's put this in. It's 2014, but I think maybe we can look at other, other readings that are much more updated as well in terms of what other principles that they've put in. I did have another diagram that I had in my previous session with the students. I'll share that with you guys as well. It was actually a very nice diagram that had all of these different principles that were put in there about, informed consent, risk mitigation, rights of the person, dignity, all of that. But for now, I mean, we can look at these 3, autonomy. So I'm just going to move through my notes.
Morning, Dr. V.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Dr. V, I spoke to Prof. Nita during the course of the week. She does have some updated readings. She was supposed to send them through to me. So as soon as she does, then I will forward them to you and I'll put them on Moodle as well for the students.
Okay, wonderful. Oh, Lorenzo, I didn't even know you joined us. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. That will be great.
No problem.
That will be great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just think 2014 is a bit too backdated. I unfortunately didn't have time to work with the learner guide. Otherwise, I would have put in a few other references, but it really helps. Thank you very much for that. So if we talk about autonomy, so the researcher must respect personal integrity and independence. And when we talk about that, the researcher needs to understand that when they're working with these respondents or participants, you have to have, obviously, which is very important, informed consent, right? And what sometimes tends to happen is, your student may go and maybe, speak to the participant, but not fully explain to the participant to say, this is what the study is about. This is what your role is going to be. This is how your data will be used. When the qualification is, given to me and I've got this thesis that comes out, where is this thesis thereafter? Who gets access to it, right? So sometimes they don't fully explain. And I think that's what we need to sort of drill in when it comes to our students to say, when they're putting that informed, because there is a letter that they would put together, right? Or a form that they put together. We have to, as supervisors, scrutinize that form, as well as the narrative that's in that to say, are you actually getting across to this participant exactly what this research is about, what their role is, why are you doing this research, which is also another thing, how is your data going to help? Okay, and they need to also say in there that should the person feel that they are uncomfortable, that they would like to retract, or to not have their data being used, to explain to the person that your rights will not be, infringed in any way. You can decide at any point, and you also can, not use that data for purposes that it was not actually collected for. Okay, so these are the kind of things that we need to, get through to our students about how important it is to have respect and to understand that everybody's entitled to, personal integrity and independence. And that's more especially when it comes to the participants, that it needs to be voluntary. It's not where they're under duress or they're being coerced, or when a probe is happening in an interview as well, where the person is kind of pushing too much and getting to a point where it becomes, a bit uncomfortable for the participant. Right. So as well as when I spoke about vulnerable groups, they need to also understand that when they're working with such populations like disabled people, I spoke about children or people that have suffered or went through trauma or abuse, these are vulnerable groups. So they require a particular kind of care with regard to how consent happens. Okay, and then we go to non-malfeasance, which means do no harm. Okay, so the research ideally should not bring any harm, especially to the people that are, you're collecting the data from, the people that are part of this research, your participants. So anonymity and confidentiality, very, very important, that you need to drive that in with your students to say to them, when you are doing this research, you can find many ways of where you want to maybe camouflage the identity, you can anonymize the person, but at the end of the day, you have to make sure that, this person's details, or the fact that this person has joined this piece of research and, giving you data, that needs to, make sure that you have so much of confidentiality around that. And that is why when we do the informed consent as well, part of that informed consent, you include in that to, the confidentiality part of it, just to let also your informant know that you will be anonymized, you will be given a pseudonym, or we will disguise your identity in such a way that they won't know that it's you. For example, if you're doing research in a company, right? And let's say you narrowed the sample down to all the females in the company. I'm just going to give you an example like that. Now you're doing this research for the company. The company has asked you to do this for them, and surely the company knows every female that's in there. Let's just say they have a female population of 20. I'm giving you a very hypothetical example. There's 20 females in there. You're going to now interview these 20 females. So when you're in a company, people kind of, when you're engaging with them, they kind of pick up the way you speak and the kind of words that you use. You get an idea of, okay, this looks like more like something that Vanessa would say. Sounds, a lot like her. So in those instances where, it's very easy for them to kind of pick up who the person is, you need to almost camouflage the identity the way you do it. Okay, I'm just throwing an example out there, but you need to explain this to your student, depending on, we're dealing with students that's coming into a university, but yes, some of them are also doing research that's, whether it's a business project, they're looking at a specific company. So not to victimize the participant, where their identity could be revealed, they need to find ways of how they always make sure that that confidentiality is always upheld. Okay, and then we spoke about confidentiality, anonymity. We're going to go then to beneficence. Okay, that's where we speak about, research should be of benefit, either directly to the research population or more broadly to other researchers or society. But sometimes the benefits of the research to participants are not immediate and they're not obvious. And this can sometimes pose a challenge to the researcher, right? So ideally, what you should be telling your students is, you need to think about what your research topic is. Why are you doing this research? What are you going to gain? There's lots of, ethical considerations to that as well. Are you doing this because it's for the greater good? Or are you doing this because it's something, that there's something personal that you want to get out of this, right? So as a supervisor, I think that's where your role comes in, to guide the student. Sometimes your students come up with topics and then you're kind of unsure, like, why are you doing this topic? Because what are we going to gain from this topic? Okay, we can use this topic, but let's take it from an angle where, we can see that it's actually speaking to one of the SDGs, for example, which is very important. Let's see how we can maybe secure 2 SDGs that this research is talking about. Then we know that, whatever is coming out of this research is not just something that is for you. It's a research that it's for, the greater good, for, whatever challenges we have out there, that it's something that is significant research. Okay. And then who are you responsible to? So as the researcher, you are responsible to the research population, right? And that could mean when it's coming to your colleagues itself, okay? Because remember, a bad researcher then brandishes everybody else, because then public does not have any sort of trust in the kind of research we're doing. So also we need to consider your fellow researchers. And I'm saying this, your fellow researchers, because remember, as a supervisor that's supervising a student, you are mentoring this person to become a researcher, right? You're mentoring this person who's going to potentially also be doing what you are doing, supervising the next student. So it would become a vicious cycle if you are not going to, teach this person or mentor this person in a way that they are applying these principles and practices in the correct way. So it actually starts with you. So when you do this for your student and you instill this in your student and you teach your student how to do ethics in a very responsible way, how to have good conduct when you are doing scientific research, you are already inculcating in that person or you're grooming in that person something that they are going to share with the next student that they're going to be supervising, and then it will carry on in that way. Okay, so when we say research population, your fellow researchers, and then also your participants who are the most important people in the research. So when your student is doing this research, he or she is also responsible to the participants that have trusted the researcher by imparting all this, information, that this information is going to be taken and used, in a good way for a good purpose. And then it's also to the institution. So as supervisors, I mean, you guys are also researchers, you're also publishing, and we know that, when people are doing stuff that's kind of not too great, the institution suffers very badly in terms of brand reputation. And when it comes to also, publication throughput, institution suffers where there's these kind of, funny business that's happening. There was lots of issues that happened with one institution where they found there was sort of, too many sort of publications coming out, and how was this happening? And when they dug deeper, it was not a very good thing that came out in terms of how this was happening. So it didn't just only say much about the people that were researchers in that institution. It said a lot about how the governance was working around that as well. What kind of processes were they implementing, or what kind of things were they policing to have not picked this up? So always remember, although you're supervising your student, at the end of the day, we all belong to an institution, and we are basically the face of our institution. So what we're imparting to our student as well, and what our student does, whether it's within the research or after the research, it's also a reflection of us as a supervisor, but also it's a reflection of the institution. And then we have a responsibility to society, because the research that we put together, it goes on to all these different, into these journals. Your PhD thesis is in the Wired space. And then sometimes you have other students or you have other researchers that want to look at the research that you have done, okay? And they want to take lead from there, or, maybe take certain stuff that you've put in there that can also be significantly impacting on their research. But if there's some flaw in your research, right, and let's say 1,000 people cited your research, basically it means the entire 1,000 people that cited your research, there's a flaw in their research as well. Okay, so there are sort of rippling effects and devastating effects if, and it comes back down to ethics. How are you doing the research process? Yes, we have these different stages that you need to follow, tick box them, that your proposal stage, and then you're going up to your literature review, your write-up stage, your data collection stage. You've got all these stages, but at each and every stage, there's always ethics that needs to be applied. There's good decision making that needs to happen. And that's where you as a supervisor comes in to guide that student. Okay. And I know sometimes it's difficult because students just go off onto a tangent and doing their own thing. Suddenly they just bring this thing and drop it in front of you and say, here, research done. Okay. But even in that aspect, it's what you as a supervisor, then how do you deal with that, right? How do you deal with that where you have a student that has done something that they were not supposed to have done? You're at that stage where you can actually rectify it and you can get it back. And look, we all started off somewhere where we were unsure. I think we're now at the stage where we are supervising students, but we were also at that stage where we were just, babe in the woods, kind of unsure what we need to do, reading all these, different, what Miriam has to say, what Brahman has to say. But reading all these things doesn't necessarily mean that the student understands, the application of it, nor do they understand the consequences if it is not applied correctly. Okay, I'm going to take a breather there now. Are there any questions in the chat, or does anybody have something that they would want to share, or you have a comment or anything that you would like to say before we move forward with the class discussion? Have I made you all fall asleep on a Saturday morning?
We're still awake.
Okay. You're still awake. You're still there. Okay. I was very worried. I thought it would bore you all to death. Okay. So in your guide, you'll have, I'm not sure if many of you have watched it. I did watch it as well. The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. How many of you had a look at that? Chandra, if you can just tell me how many hands are going up there.
No hands yet.
No hands. Oh, okay. Maybe let me do it this way. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can disclose.
Lorenzo has his hand up.
Okay, only Lorenzo watched it. That doesn't count. Let me see if I can play it. Okay, okay. We're just gonna see if I can play this for you guys. Let's see if it comes on if I play it. Are you able to see what I'm sharing with you guys? No.
No.
Okay, let me stop sharing this. Let me see if I can share the YouTube with you. You tell me when you can see that.
Okay, we can see the YouTube.
Okay.
Dr. V, there's no sound if they.
Why is there no sound?
Maybe on
You
that
might-
sharing setting.
Yeah, share with sound when you share.
Okay, let me just stop sharing.
When you click share, there's a little button that says share with sound.
With sound, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can see it there. Let me just restart this for you guys.
Did you know about the unsung hero who unknowingly changed the world? Henrietta Lacks, a black woman, sought treatment for cervical cancer in the 1950s. Without her knowledge, doctors took her cells. These cells, named HeLa, became the first immortal human cell line used in research. They played a crucial role in developing vaccines, studying cancer, and even cloning. But Henrietta's story is marred by ethical dilemmas. Her family remained in the dark about her contribution for decades, raising questions about consent and exploitation in medical research. Henrietta Lacks is a testament to resilience, yet her legacy also highlights the need for ethical standards in science. Which untold Black history story would you like to hear next? Comment below.
Okay, so what did you think about that? I'm actually going to stop sharing this. I would rather get here where I can see you guys. Okay. I'm going to open the floor up. I'm not going to say much. I mean, you watch that, and I think what this is all about, Henrietta's story, is about the issue of ethics and informed consent. But I'm not going to go further. I'd like to open it up. So please raise hands and just give your view on what you've just now watched. What is your feeling about this? Okay, Kenny, go for it.
Hi, Doc. Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to say that I found this quite interesting, and I think that what came to mind was that it's possible to do good, but then we also need to think about the means before we do the good. So here, I think we learned that a lot of good came from this study, but the way it was collected was really not good. So I think it's made of balancing both. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenny. Somebody else had their hand. Yes, Zamakoshle. Zamu, you can unmute.
Yes, thank you. I think what I saw there reminds me of a book called The Dark Side of Mercy, which refers to the potential of mercy to be misused or twisted, leading to negative consequences or a distorted sense of justice. So it's a book by Ronald Chapman, who's a doctor that studied at Vets. So, in this book, the doctor, I don't know the specific terms, whether it's a neurosurgeon or whatnot, but the medical doctor in this case was showcasing two sides of one spectrum. Where in one spectrum, this doctor was on leave, and then another doctor had to step in for him together with a nurse who's a helper. So there was someone who's sick in the rural areas. And this new doctor tried to assist this sick lady who was in labor to actually try to give birth. But he was a Catholic, right? So he couldn't do the procedure because he didn't have the medical apparatuses. So he decided, should I continue with the operation or should I take the lady to hospital? But he said, no, if I don't actually give birth now to the baby, the fetus might end up dying in the mother's womb. But also there was a risk that the mother might also die without the forceps. So eventually he decided to try and do good of giving birth in the rural areas, but both the mother and the father and the child ended up passing away. So in this sense, I do see some darker side of medicine because maybe the doctors actually wanted to do good, but they ended up doing harm by not respecting the autonomy of the patient and the beneficent as well, but to gain from the research. In as much as we did gain, they brought some medicine for cancer and so on, but they did not reveal what are the possibilities of or what are the benefits of the experiment. Thank you.
Please put that the name of the book onto the chat for us. Sounds like a very interesting read. Thank you for that, Zamo.
Okay, I'll put it down.
Thank you. Mfundo?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. The video, it reminds me of what I've observed on TikTok. There is this medical doctor who is educating people or educating the users of TikTok about checking upon their status, HIV status, and encouraging people to alert them to stay safe all the time. And this doctor at some point was educating his audience or followers about unsafe sex and the results of or the consequences of unsafe sex or sleeping with multiple partners. Then the doctor came up with a screenshot or with a picture of his patient, but we did not see the face and everything, but it was a private part of a woman where the doctor was showing the words that, okay, if you sleep with multiple partners, this is what you get. So a lot of people on TikTok, the followers, they were actually furious. They were unhappy that, okay, first of all, we think that you did not get consent from the patient. And what if the patient is on TikTok and the patient is aware that, okay, this is my private part and now it has been seen by everyone. So I think a lot of medical practitioners, what they do when they do their job, I'm not in the medical practice, I think what they test and they discover that there is something that they can use for their research. And when they use that thing that they discovered into your body, then they don't, I don't think that they follow the right procedure in terms of getting ethics approval and in terms of getting the the patient's consent to use the information for their study. So the video, it just reminded me of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mfundo. That's, yeah, oof, that's not good at all. Chandre?
Hi, I just wanted to add, because this is a common case study in science. So we get taught about this in undergrad right from the start. And in terms of the ethical principles that were violated, number one, she was not given the opportunity to decide what happened with her own cells. So that's a point on autonomy. And then her medical information was shared, which is now privacy concerns. And the last one, the medical industry profited from this whole research, and it wasn't shared with the family.
Yes.
So that's my 3 cents.
No, that's actually on point. And I think the other thing that's, quite alarming is that these people are, it's not like starter of researchers like you supervising a student. These people are like experts in their field. And that's what's the shocking part of it is. They should know better. But I mean, even with I think with Henrietta's case, it goes back to also, the political context in terms of what was happening at that point and rights of people and how were rights of people seen, and I think that's why, in a sense, with the changing of ethics, and we have things where, even in countries now, constitutions that protect people's rights. Obviously, we shouldn't be seeing, we're hoping not to see a lot of this. We are still seeing it, but we are having these things in place, where we can bring people like this to account to say, it was a Black woman. Yes, perhaps, at that point, it was considered that a Black person did not have, any rights. And this is the reason why, she became, informed consent was not of, importance, how she felt about, whether you could use, stuff from her body. And moreover, you didn't even let the family know, and you'll have gained millions, if not billions, out of this. Whether it was for the greater good, but it was not done in a way that was consensual. And it didn't give that exactly what you said, that person, that integrity, that autonomy to decide, do I want you to use my cells or not? Okay, so, and I think for me, what was shocking about the story was that, these are medical professionals, and, that they could, it's such bad malpractice on their end. And I think there was something also in your learner guide that spoke about the Bezwada story, who was an oncologist and did research on breast cancer patients. And he had like 15 years of, research that he had done. And then auditors from the American Society of Clinical Oncology came and had actually audited his research. And when they audited his research, they found out that it was, outright scientific fraud, because he had no informed consent. There was no ethics approval given by, Wits University. So he was, it's in your notes there. He was part of Wits University. And the strange part was, after that incident happened, he was no longer associated with the institution, the educational institution, but this person was still practicing, and he still had, these dedicated, patients that were coming to him. And then there was also in here, they talk about Dr. Death, Walter Basson, a cardiologist, and, the many different things he did when it came to biological and chemical warfare. He developed certain things in countries such as Libya and Iraq, where it was like killing 200 SWAPO prisoners with nerve gas, providing lethal chemicals to military units against prominent anti-apartheid activists, such as Reverend Frank Chikane. So doing all of these things, he later came to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Health Professions Council. He had to face numerous trials, but he successfully evaded all these charges. And he was still practicing thereafter. So I think what's also very alarming is that, these things are happening, but, we teaching our students, and we want to teach our students, but we have these experts that are doing this. So it almost it comes back to, I think, also saying, back to that moral compass. But maybe it also goes back to, what kind of supervisor did you have? Did your supervisor actually teach you properly, about, how important ethics are? In terms of when you're doing the research. But then we also have where I think it comes to a point where the moral compass goes all, haywire. It doesn't find any direction altogether because the beneficence is not about, gaining for society. It's about gaining for oneself. How much of money can I make out of this? And that was exactly Henrietta's case, right? They may have named it the HeLa, the HeLa cell, but, named it after her, but that means nothing. The fact that you have taken something from somebody without their knowledge, without the family's knowledge, made millions, if not billions, out of this. And, years or decades later, then the family comes to know about it. So this is actually a movie, if you guys want to watch it. Oprah Winfrey stars in the movie. I'm definitely going to watch it. I'm going to stream it and I'm going to watch it because it's actually a very interesting, I think it's a very interesting sort of narrative to look at. And it's maybe something you can share with your students as well. It would be a good example.
Please repeat the movie.
It would be The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Let me just go back to our, let me share this with you, then you can see it. The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Right. So if you can watch it, I'm definitely going to go and have a watch because I just watched the trailer, but it looked quite interesting. So Oprah starring in that movie as the daughter of Henrietta Lacks, and the film is actually about the family now, taking these people to court in terms of them benefiting from the mother's, taking this from the mother without her consent, and then making so much of money, but not consulting with the family about this. Okay, so that's one incident. And then I spoke to you now about the Bezwada story, the oncologist with the breast cancer, and Dr. Death as well. So now I hope you have your book with you, your learner guide. I want you to just look at activity 1.2a, right? I've put it down for you in any case if you don't have it. Consider a research situation where 1 or 3 ethical principles was violated. So that's the 3 that we spoke about here. Right? We spoke about it here. Autonomy, non-maleficence, and beneficence, right? Just think about something. It can either be one of it or more of it. Chandra, I think you spoke to it. You kind of spoke to Henrietta's case. But maybe now let's think about something that actually happened. We don't need to mention names. I'm sure, you all are supervisors and researchers in your own field. You may have come across something, whether it was fellow researchers or, something that you heard about that maybe happened in the institution. A lot of these things get discussed at our Senate Research Ethics Committees. So I'm not sure if any of you form part of a faculty ethics committee, but these types of things are discussed. So maybe consider something, a research situation, maybe that you were not directly involved in, but you were aware of, right? And just indicate, how you felt about this. I just want to start a discussion in the class so we can hear the different kind of things. Henrietta's thing is something that I've now shown you. We've spoken about the book. I think it was one of the gentlemen here that spoke about the book. I'm just going to stop sharing this so I can get back to there that I can see there. Yes, Dark Side of Mercy by Fulton Anthony. Thank you for sharing that with us, Zamopushle. Okay, and then I think it was it you, Mfundo, that spoke about the TikTok video? Okay, Chandra, you also spoke about the 3 aspects, but you spoke about it in terms of Henrietta. So I want to open the floor out. Just raise your hand and then go for it. Speaker, I want you to talk about something that, it may not have been recent, but something maybe in your own space that you know of that's happened, and, how you felt about it, and, what would you from that experience, how would you advise your student, how to not get into that kind of hot water? So I'm going to open the floor up. No takers. Does this mean that everybody is following all the ethical considerations in your institutions? Are we that good? Yes, Mfundo.
But it's an issue that is still under investigation. So we received an email from the research office, research ethics office, and the research office ethics are claiming that our students, particularly honors and master's students, have been collecting data, conducting interviews with students and with non-profit organizations around the city. And in terms of ethical approval, they haven't applied for ethics, and the institution did not grant those particular students what you call the ethics approval. And as the department, we are wondering if those students are from our institution, because first of all, our honors students are not doing the study which its nature requires a student to conduct interviews. It's secondary data. It's desktop research, so there is no need for them to collect data. There is no need for them to conduct, interviews. Then for master's student, we requested the research ethics department or office to rather give us the names of those students so that we can do follow-up. So it's a story that, or it's some sort of issue that we are still investigating, and we are waiting for those facts so that we can see what happened, because it is important that the supervisor is cognizant, or the supervisor is aware of what is happening to that research of the particular students who collected data without ethics approval. So yeah, that's the story that I can share. But other than that, in our department, we haven't received any complaints or any issues that indicated that our students have published articles or submitted thesis without ethics approval, or maybe they violated data for the informants or participants. So we didn't get that kind of information as yet. Thank you.
Thanks, Mfundo, for that. Yeah, I mean, okay, Chandra, you go first, and then I'll go after you. Chandra? I think you need to unmute Chandra. Can't hear you. You're unmuted, but I still can't hear you. Okay, you'll type. Okay, thanks, Chandra. But just maybe log out of the meeting, log back in, so you can we can hear you. Yeah, I was just gonna talk about. I know there was a student, and this was when I was, busy with administration with students. But there was a student that had went through, and we weren't even certain how that even happened, because when the student brought it was a PhD. So the student brought the product to us for the dissemination to examiners. And at that point, we then realized, because I think the supervisor was also quite surprised, because we said to the student, well, there's documentation that needs to be completed. We don't just send it out. So I'll need your supervisor's acquiescence. But moreover, I don't see you on any committee meeting where, examiners were approved. Okay. And then the student looked a bit fidgety, and you could see something was really up with the student. So we said to the student, okay, just take a seat down in reception. I'm going to just see what I can do. So we contacted the supervisor and said, well, I've got the student here, and the student says that the PhD is ready, but I don't have the examiners. You didn't give us the name of the examiners for us to have taken it through to, the Higher Degrees Committee for the approval. So what do we do? And we don't have an acquiescence. And this supervisor was shocked out of his mind because he had not even spoken to that student, although the student was registering, I think, for the past 2 or 3 years. He was not really having much interaction with that student. So the student was sort of, in the system, and nothing was really happening. But that was also an oversight in terms of the student hadn't even gone to a panel, defended a proposal. It was just some mystery that happened that this person brings his whole thesis and comes and drops it on our table and say, well, now it's ready to go out for examination. So this was actually a mixed methods, but part of the mixed methods, the person had, used some human subjects where they had surveys that were being done. So this was a huge problem. We went back through to the school. The school had to then write a motivation as to why this, could have potentially happened, how this slipped through the cracks. And it went all the way right up, right? When we say all the way up, it went all the way up. And, the student was called in and had to explain themselves, but ended up the student then was not allowed to actually proceed with the research. So, we said to the higher orders up there, the higher orders up there said, well, this research is not going to go through because, Zamo, I think your mic is on. So unfortunately, the student was not even allowed to even reapply. The fact that, and unfortunately, the supervisor also took a lot of heat because of that. Why was there no interaction? Why was there? And this is why, as supervisors, those milestone reports are so important, we have I'm not sure if many of you are, I'm sure you're aware of it, when we speak about the hard milestones and the soft milestones, right? But those hard milestones where your student is registered, whether it's full-time or part-time, then the study is actually governed by a specific completion time, right? And then how that time is broken up is more especially by when should the student be submitting a proposal. So if we as supervisors are not keeping a track on that in terms of how many students are registered in this year, I have new students, and sort of set out already in terms of these are the deadlines that these students need to sort of work towards, right? And this is by when a proposal needs to go through. Once that is not happening, everything else will just sort of, everything will just go out of sync. And in this case, the supervisor, the student was registering, but we're not even sure what really happened there. It was still a mystery for everybody. How did the student, what did they take to go and collect data, to send out the surveys? What were they using? Because you would have to get an ethics number to be able to do all these things. So this was just one of the many experiences, that I came across, and this was not in my time as a supervisor, but when I actually dealt with students in terms of the administration around their PhDs or their masters. Chandri, are you able to get your mic working? Not. Okay.
Is it working now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you. I think it was Mfundo. He reminded me of something that happened in some institute that I was in at some previous stage. It was a conflict of interest issue where a student recruited one of their friends for a clinical study. And with these clinical studies, you have to meet a certain number of participants. So I feel like that student was feeling pressured to now find the numbers. So they recruited their friend. And then with this clinical study, the friend had to go for a health screening. And although the results, when you receive it as anonymized, the student then worked back and figured which one was their friend's results. And it turned out the friend had some health issue that they were unaware of, and the student told them about it before the doctor could basically speak to the friend regarding their results. So there was huge panic and distress for the friend involved, and also ethical issues, obviously.
Oh my word, that does not sound good at all. Doesn't sound great, hey? And shame. And the thing is, sometimes exactly the word that you use, put under pressure. Even when you put under pressure, I think the best of supervisors, as I say, they can come to a point where, everything goes out of the window at that point and something needs to happen. and they will do what they need to do just to get this through. But I'm going to actually say some people may have got away with it where it was never ever picked up, maybe, where I don't know how many of it maybe would have slipped through the cracks, that nobody ever picked up on it. But then, Murphy's Law, you be the one that you decide to do this. And yes, even supervisors, of research, at some point they abandon the ethical principles and their responsibilities. But I think this is also why, having these kind of sessions is important, because us as supervisors, we also start to think about these things. And as much as we may think, yeah, it's just ethics, just do this the right way, just do informed consent, we're kind of ticking the boxes just to say in terms of compliance what should be done. But there's deeper things to this as well, and that's what we need to make our students understand, that when you're working with people, or when you're working, even when it's with animals, with experiments and things that's done, there's lots of there's dignity that comes into play, there's respect that comes into play. When you're dealing with human participants, especially the vulnerable groupings that you deal with, if it's children, the consent that you need to have from their parents, and especially with confidentiality, how that's dealt with, so that there's no harm. No harm comes. And I think that's the non-malfeasance that we spoke about. There should be no harm that comes to the person that is participating. Now, this was the perfect example that you spoke about, using a friend and, knowing somebody, and then, yeah, you're not waiting for the doctor, and then you go and shame, you can just imagine. But, the worst part about it is that maybe that person didn't want you, even though they were your friend. It's not something that they wanted you to know about. But the mere fact that you get your friend to be part of that is also exactly that, a conflict of interest just to make your numbers. So I think when these kind of things happen, where your student is under pressure as well, we need to still impress upon our students that it doesn't matter that you're under pressure. We will have to work according to this. We will have to work, extra hard to try and meet what you need to meet, but you will follow what you need to do. You will do things the correct way, because at the end of the day, you don't want to do it the incorrect way. And then when it's time, when, you want to submit this, or it goes to an examiner and they picked up something like you cooked your data, or you manipulated the data, this falsification or fabrication, then it becomes, a huge problem. Or plagiarism, it becomes an absolute huge problem. So I think us as supervisors, one of the biggest roles that we do have over and above just supervising our student in terms of content and about, what the research process entails, we need to also be, making them cognizant of the fact that, and now I'm going to say, on the operational part of it, or the compliance part of it, there are timelines. And this is why it's very important that, we try and stick to those timelines, that students then don't find themselves in that position where they start doing all these funny things. And, the worst part about it as well is you're not supervising one student, and you're supervising many students. But when it comes down to it, that out of your 20 students, one student has done something that's, inappropriate in an ethical, from an ethical, unethical way, unethical conduct. It's not the student, it will fall down on you as the supervisor then to have to explain, to your institution, oh, well, and then saying, well, I had 19 other students. It's not going to fly. The thing is, the institution is that you are basically our person that we rely on, and we have all these, frameworks that you look at, the code of ethics that we have, or policies on ethics that you should be looking at. But you as a supervisor should be ensuring, and this comes with that, dialogue that you need to be having with your student, not once in 3 months, but even where you sort of keeping maybe a journal of each student that you're working with, where you're having your sessions. It's also important to record those sessions that you're having, like we're doing now, a team session where you are also covering yourself. I'm going to say it that way, covering yourself as a supervisor, that you've done everything that you've done to make sure that your student, is best seated in terms of, knowledge sharing from your end on how to conduct research in an ethical manner. But if the student, after all of what you have done, then still goes against what you've told them, and I think that comes in terms of, I think it was not Mariam, it was one of the readings that I saw here. It was a reference that was put in here where it says that it's something that you can teach the person how to do it in research and how to apply it in research, but you can't teach that for the person in terms of the person that they are. It must also be something that's inherent for them. They need to also have a moral compass in terms of using discretion, in terms of decision making on things that are yes and no kind of feelings, as in, should I do this? No, I shouldn't do this. And I think something that we can say to our students, if something feels not right to you and you feel that you are unsure, then the comeback should always be, you need to speak to me first. We need to discuss it first. What do you want to do? How do you want to do it? Let's look at some of the risks that are involved. Let's look at how we can mitigate those risks, right? But I think you just need to create that relationship with your student where they are feeling that you're their safe space, right? Where they can come and say to you, well, I'm thinking of doing it this way, but maybe your mantra to them should be is, don't do before you come and speak to me. Once you've spoken to me and we've discussed it, and we've had a lengthy discussion about it, I can then guide you in terms of how you should do it, right? I think that's very important. And that's where you or us as supervisors, where we come in to help the student. And I think sometimes when students do it, it's either pressure, but it also could be where it's unintentional. They do it without knowing, and that's our role, where we need to give them that sort of mentorship, that guidance. And if they're not getting that from a supervisor, then the student is going to go and resort to reading what Brahman says, resort to reading what Miriam says, and make their own assumption of what they think ethical conduct is when it comes to the research process, and go on their merry old way doing what they want. And when it comes back to you 4 months later, then you're like, well, you didn't do this correctly, or your methodology, this whole section is now off. You can't do what you said you're going to do. Rewrite this whole thing, and that's time. So every step, I think, of the research process, I'm going to come to you now, Lindiwe. Every step of the research process, ethics has to be thought about, and you need to ask your student those questions. Even if your student is not saying it, you need to prompt those questions from your student, prompt it from them, to ask them, so did you think about this? So when you're going to collect data, oh, okay, but when you're using specific things for your literature, have you considered this? Have you considered when you're going to be analyzing your data, how you're going to do that? Okay, so you need to prompt that from your student, because your student may not necessarily ask you that. They may be thinking it, and you may have the student, remember, they're all different personalities. You may have the student that may outright ask the supervisor, listen, I don't understand how to do this, and I need your assistance. Then you'll have the student that will quietly go and sit in a space and procrastinate and be confused as hell and not want to look stupid to ask you something. So you need to gauge and just kind of figure out, the personality you're dealing with, and kind of then be the person that prompts this from the student to say, okay, you're going to do all of this, but have you thought about this, A, B, C, D? Okay, if we've now thought about this, but then you need to also think about this. Okay, so those are the kind of things that we as supervisors need to do, right? We need to make sure that we are getting our students in a space where they understand, they know how to basically action, they know how to do correct decision making when it comes to the research process. Okay, Lindiwe, you can go ahead.
Yeah, as you were just talking now, I just remembered something that happened with one of my students regarding ethics. I think the student, like you say, we must always encourage them. And I'm not sure where I lost the student in terms of asking when they are not sure what to do. So what happened with my student is that they were struggling to get participants for their particular study because we are medical imaging technicians, simply put, radiographers. But the study she was supposed to collect data from physicians. And another issue with the data collection part, or maybe in terms of the permissions, she got the permissions from the hospitals, but her Bible, which is the proposal, stated that she needed to go there face to face and approach the participants, like dropping off information letters and. But she's working at a private institution and she doesn't have enough time. When she knocks off, most of these people are not at the hospital. when she has time. So she decided, I'm struggling to get participants and I can't go there face to face. And she goes and posts her study requesting participation from people working at these research sites on Facebook. And this was not even stipulated or included. And when I saw that, I almost fell off my chair because I was at home and just scrolling through social media and I see this, this is my student. And I WhatsApped her immediately to say, take that down because it's not ethical. So as you were explaining and saying all that and letting us know about all the instances or giving us the different scenarios, then it came to my mind that, yeah, she was almost in trouble because what she did was besides what was approved at REC. Yeah. So anyway, that's long and short of it.
So yeah, I guess, when we take him through that ethical clearance part of it, where it goes to the, and that's part of what we will discuss later on as well. I think the biggest thing that we need to make sure is that our students are following the proper protocol. What was approved is what they are doing, and I think that was one of the questions that was actually posed by a student on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, or was it something that I mentioned? It's not coming to me now, but I do remember when I spoke to them, I said to them, when you go through your ethical approval, remember a committee is reviewing this, right? And so you need to do what you said you're going to do. You can't suddenly halfway through your research decide, well, I don't feel like doing this anymore. I don't like this. Or it's not serving the purpose that I want, or it's skewing what you think your argument was going to be, right? And then you want to now go off on a tangent and do something different, and I had to explain to them to say, you are not able to do that. If you are wanting to do something like that, you will have to go back to your ethics committee. Your supervisor will have to carry you through that process where you will need to motivate why, you were initially going to go along with this protocol that was set out. Why now are you changing? You need to back that up. So it's almost like you're going through a second, tier of ethical approval, but you cannot just, go off on your own. So well picked up. Thank God you were looking at that page and that you saw it. We don't, as I said, we don't know how many of our students actually go off and do these things. And, we're not looking at these things. We have no idea, right? So it's important that, we always have our finger on the pulse. And I think that interaction, that's the most important, open communication with your student, and that interaction, which it cannot be like, every third month you're kind of, touching base. I mean, my master's student, I think she probably was getting very annoyed with me because she used to, send me something and then I used to work on it and give her the comments already by that afternoon. And she probably was wondering whether I have a life or not. But for me, what was important was I also didn't want her to procrastinate, and I didn't want her to run out of time. I didn't want her to come to a point where she was trying to squeeze stuff in, and, even the write-up part of it. So, I mean, analyzing the data and, trying to put your findings in and, but the discussion part of, writing becomes, quite daunting on a student. So we need to just make sure, hence I was talking about the hard milestones and the soft milestones. The hard milestones where you need to finish these certain things at a certain point, and your soft milestones where you can be a little bit flexible with the student, whether it's you're doing your literature review, you can be a bit flexible with the student, how you're doing that. But where, ethics proposal needs to be done, your ethics clearance need to be given, you need to start collecting your data. It's almost as though for every student, when you get your student, you got to almost work the timeline backwards, saying from the time that you are expected to submit. So this is actually the month within which you should be submitting. Let's work your dates backwards, right? We're going to work your dates backwards. Then I'm going to work right till where you need to be presenting your proposal. So that's a way of actually, I think also when you give that to your student and just an idea, you can put that into your guide if you want. Remember your main assessment, part of your ethics thing. Remember, you're talking about ethics, but you can bring all of these things in. You can put that into your guide as well for your student to say, if you're a master's student, if you're a PhD student, these are how your timeline works. These are your hard milestones. These are your soft milestones. But in every stage of this milestones, ethics needs to be applied, right? So I'm just throwing an idea out there as well. I hope you are taking notes, right? So as I said, for your final assessment, you can be as creative as possible. Even if you want to make up something snazzy, you want to get your graphics to do something nice for you, all of that will carry for your marks, as well as obviously lovely content that's in there, something that the student, your student, remember, if you're doing this, what I'm actually giving you to do right now is to create an ethics guide for your students. So that was why I gave you something like this. It wasn't something that I'm just going to mark you and give you a mark. It's something that you're actually putting together, and you can actually utilize that for every student that you are supervising. So you're benefiting from the assessment, actually. It's a thing of where you can hand it to your student and say to your student, here's something that you can use almost as an intro or as an induction into ethics. I've put in everything that you need to know. Let's sit and have a 1 hour discussion over Teams where I go through this with you. And then you as a supervisor, you are covered, that you have basically ticked off all the boxes and you have given as much information as you can to your student, also backed up with your guide, which makes it even more easier for your student as a point of ease of reference, right? But that's something that you can actually use. Okay, Devashri, so now do you see why the assessment was something like what I've given you all? Because that was the idea that I had behind this. I want you to create something that you will be for years on end using with your students. And as we say, ethics changes, we also get new laws that are coming in. Obviously, annually, go and look at your guide, go and refresh what you need to refresh on that guide to make sure that the information is relevant that you are giving to your cohort of students. Okay, anything else anybody wants to add? I think it's now going to be almost 9:45. I'm going to almost say, let's take a 15-minute break. So let's come back at 10 o'clock. If everybody's okay with that, can I get some thumbs up? Just a bit of a comfort break, grab a cup of coffee if you want to eat something. Good with that? Okay, lovely. So we will come back at 10 o'clock. Hey, it's 10 o'clock. Just want to check if everybody's in the room. Andre, here, great. Okay, yes, okay. Kenny's here, good. Chandray. Yep. Mfundo. Dr. Ndlovu. Okay, great. Just want to share the slides with you again. Okay, so when we stopped, we were actually at this point when we were speaking about an unethical incident. We looked at Henrietta Lacks' case as well. I spoke to you about Dr. Bezwoda, and then also Dr. Bassan, which was Dr. Death. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, and then I think I touched on this already, but just in terms of your role as a supervisor, you sort of, and I put it in that way to say, you are teaching them sort of the theory part of it, the principles, the guidelines, and also having the consistent checkup with them. But also another role that you do play is a gatekeeper, right? And a gatekeeper in a sense of, yes, in UJ we've got, and I'm sure in other institutions, your gatekeeper policies are there. In terms of UJ, we've got specific processes that we follow, especially where students or staff want to use student data or staff data within UJ. We've got specific processes that they need to follow, and we've got a gatekeeper process, right? But I want you to also see yourself when it comes to your student as a gatekeeper, not only as in supervising you through a research and you getting a qualification, but gatekeeping in terms of especially when it comes to the ethical part of it, the underlying ethics that's at each stage of the research, that you are there policing that for your student and making sure that your student is adhering to, what the principles and what the guidelines are, and not deviating from that. So you just need to ensure that there's absolute adherence before you, because remember, as a supervisor, one of your duties is to approve the research for submission for examination, right? And you really do not want to sign that acquiescence off if you're not 100% sure that your student has, covered everything in terms of what was required, especially when we're now speaking about ethics, that, the data was collected, correctly, there was informed consent, the student followed all the proper steps, did not deviate from whatever protocol was set out that was approved at the ethics committee, and then you have, as a supervisor, you also have peace of mind knowing that, there's reliability and trustworthiness when it comes to the actual research product that the student has produced. Okay, so a class activity. this is in your guide as well, supervising research ethics. So choose one stage of the research process from the list that you've got below. Oh, I see a spelling error there. And indicate how, sorry, that's my bad, you would nurture ethical principles in a student working on research. So any one of these, whether it's the design, the analysis part of it, whether it's the, documenting the results. So you can post your answer on the chat, right? I see there, I said 10-minute comfort break, but I think we've already taken a 15-minute. So we'll not take that comfort break. We've already had the comfort break. So you can post it in the chat, but I think you can also, I'll give you about 5 minutes to think about it. Maybe you want to write something down. You can put it in the chat, but then I think I'm also going to reach out to you to maybe be a bit vocal on the on the session as well, just to share with your colleagues as well. Maybe you wanna talk about each of the stage. That would be also great. Or you want to choose one of it, that's left to you. So I'll give you a few minutes. Just think about what you want to say, and I put there, use some strong verbs as in teach, guide, demonstrate, confirm, ensure, examine. So think about that, and yeah, and then we'll get into conversation about that. You can type your answer if you need to or if you want to, but if not, write something down. And I think I'm just going to pick people at random and I'm going to ask you all. We had a few talkers, so the people that haven't spoken, I'm going to ask you guys to join the conversation with this activity. Thank you.
Vanessa, maybe if you can keep the screen on for your topics there.
No problem. I'll put it on now. Apologies.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I can see there's Andre's put something in there, a data collection. The governor has also put Loshni. NDA is also put up on data collection. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Mfundo. That's a nice one, Andre, for the research design, the risk assessment. Thank you, Teboho. Yes. The research design must align with the study in question, and it is not flawed. Okay, I'm going to ask because I'm seeing Andre, Asita Boho, also Lindiwe. I think Dr. Govender also put in. So I'm going to ask, let's ask Karen, maybe you want to speak to something in terms of which stage? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So also I think about the data collection, and I was looking at what the strong words could be. And this is quite a strong word and maybe not a nice word, but a lot of it would be, the word would be instruct for me, because for me, there are very clear ways that are ethical and not. How to collect the data, that there must be consent, that it must be recorded, that the data needs to be kept safe, it should be anonymized. So there's a lot of stuff that's black and white, actually. And where it is that I would instruct the students on how they should be teaching the data collection and looking after their data. So that would have been the really strong word for me.
Instruct. No, absolutely. I think it's the thing that's sometimes, as you said, the black and white is there, but things that are unsaid that need to be actually, you need to make it very clear to the student. And I also think, like, when I was talking about having those sessions with your student, I know most of us do face-to-face with our students. Well, my student, I mainly did online, but I did, when I put the recording on, then I did tell the student, I'm recording, please just confirm you are happy that I'm recording. And she confirmed, that was part of the thing to just say that I'm not just doing this, right? But what was good in that is also exactly what you're saying now. We have the fine print there, or we have the bold print, should I say, saying what needs to be done. And then we're ticking these things. But those finer things that that's not actually mentioned. Those are the things, as you use the right word, we need to instruct our students to say, this is what you read about and you're told and whatever. But when you go into the field, you may sometimes be posed or placed in a situation where you need to start making a decision on how you do something. And then you only thinking about big print. You're not thinking about there could be, things that could make this a technicality that's more complicated, and you're not really sure how to handle this. So this is what I need you to know, and this is how you should be doing it. Should something like this, you be sort of faced with something like this, this is what you should be doing. So also, doing that instruction, over even a meeting where you've got that recorded, and I'm keep on saying this about the recording. I'm saying this because it comes down to where we as supervisors can also do so much. We can even drum it into our students and drill it in and instruct as much as we want. But you may still have that student that will go and do something that's, not correct. So not that I'm saying, we are doing this and we are supervising and we are encouraging and we are motivating and we are supporting and mentoring our students and guiding them in the right path. But, when it becomes hearsay where we saying, but we told the student, we as supervisors also need to have that backup to say, well, I've got all my meetings with the student and we know how these things go. They go to a disciplinary and then it gets really messy. And it's the student saying, well, I didn't know, my supervisor didn't tell me, he should have been more clear. What he said was very there was a lot of ambiguity. I didn't really understand. But when we have this as well, we are really, and I think you need to tell the student that, when you're using the word instruct, yes, it's a hard word to use, but the consequences are even harder when we don't do this. It's more difficult. And we need to let the student know on the recording, I'm recording this because this is your platform now to ask me whatever questions you want, for us to clear any, uncertainties you may have. But it's also a recording where I am telling you exactly how it is, what you need to do when you're carrying out this data collection. And where you may foresee a problem, you then need to halt. You should not be doing something where you are uncertain or where it is deviating from what we have discussed. Because remember, what we are discussing as supervisor and student, after your ethics has been approved, you still need to have that meeting with the student to say, right, ethics have been approved. Let's go through now exactly what you're going to be doing now, right? And you need to set that out for the student to say, you said you're going to do this, right? Tell me now how you're going to go about doing this. And that's where you as a supervisor, you're not actually also instructing. First, you give the student the opportunity to say, yes, okay, I put all of this in the proposal. I said I'm going to do all this. Give them the opportunity then in that meeting to say, right, this is how I intend doing it. You can then pick up from there where the student is maybe, misinterpreting what they should have been doing and, having their own, like a misconception in terms of what they think they're going to be doing. That's your space as a supervisor then to sort of straighten it to say, yes, okay, I get you saying, but did you think about this? Did you think about that? Yes, you put that into your proposal and approved it, but remember, you could be faced with this. What would you do in this instance? So it's to almost create the scenarios that the student could potentially have when they're in the field and see what kind of decision making you'll be able to gauge by what they're saying in the meeting, whether this person has an understanding and, can go and do the field work and, should they, come up against an impediment, they know how to work their way around that, while keeping within the protocol and the rules. Or no, this, the person really is looking like they're fumbling and not really sure. But that recording also is important in the sense that you've got proof of what you've given to the student, but also for the student, it is also a tool for them to go back to this meeting, because they're not going to remember what you told them in a face-to-face, if they're not taking notes. But even if you take notes 2 months down the line or 1 month down the line, they're doing so many other things. It's not really going to come back. But you have that recording to tell the student, listen, go back to this now. If you're not certain, we've discussed all of this. Go back and listen so that you refresh yourself. Every time you want to do something, go back and listen to this so that you know that you are keeping on track in terms of what was the plan and am I following the plan. So thanks for that, Karen. I see Andre's got his hand up. Andre, please go ahead.
Hi, Doc. I just want to ask a question about incentives. I think it's something that we don't speak about. And obviously, when we teach, we don't bribe people. I'm just going to put it loosely, bribe people to participate in studies. It's voluntary participation. And obviously, participants have the autonomy to withdraw from studies if they don't want to participate. Can I share my screen quickly of an email that I received recently?
No problem. Go ahead.
So let me just grab it. So I grew up in Limpopo. Still visit often. My parents stay there by the Kruger National Park. So obviously we big park
Lovely.
people. So this is an email that I received. Thank you. This is an email that I'm on the mailing list. This was now 12 August 2024, and it just obviously was sparked by this conversation. This is a study that a student from Tux, and it says there, I mean, my colleagues can just read there, that they're conducting in the Kruger National Park with respect to certain things. But I'm going to highlight this section. And then you entered into a draw to win Takealot vouchers. And we see this quite often. And yeah, there's actually one I received previously, also from UJ, where I think there was also some sort of also a SANParks study in conservation or something, but there was also something to the effect of a reward. So how do we navigate that space ethically ourselves, well, for myself, with my students, because they tell you, but this person is doing that, or this person, and I see it with colleagues, researchers busy with studies to get people to participate, and I'm sure a lot of you are on LinkedIn as well. You see the call for participation quite aggressively on LinkedIn, but I see patterns of the incentives, loosely the word, on that platform as well. So I'm just trying to gauge what Doc's thoughts are with regards to this type of practice.
Yeah, I'm very worried because I'm also seeing his University of Pretoria. But I think what my thing would be here is it's about the communication that's happening between the supervisor, student, and SANParks, right? Because ideally, if there was authorization that you could go via SANParks, because I see it is a study that's talking about something to do with the parks itself, right? Like you invite unique study conducted, right? But what I'm wondering about this is when the student is approaching these people to say, can you send out these things, coming from your organization that I would like to invite people to be on my study? Is the student and the supervisor actually having a view of what the intended message going out is going to be? Or do they just leave it at the sole discretion of SANParks to put this out? Because I see there's also a contact, the study leader, Dr. Bianca Frost, and it's got a UP address, I don't think this is something that UP, or even now when you say UJ had something, that this is something that the institutions would be, very happy about, because this is, I'm going to say it's sort of, it is unethical to actually then offer people, a Takealot voucher just to participate in the study, because people, what that means is then, even the credibility or the reliability of your study, the trustworthiness kind of becomes like a marshmallow. I'm going to put it that way, because people are being incentivized that if you join this, you're going to get a 5. So they're joining for the 500, not to actually, give us data that could be, important data, that could be significant for the study. So my take on this is, if something like this happens, firstly, I mean, when we go through ethics, you need to tell your students, if you are using a social media platform, like in what way are you doing it? There needs to almost be like how you're putting an informed consent, you're showing your ethics committee to say, here's the example of the ethics form, that the informed consent form that will go out to the student, where I am explaining the study, I'm explaining their role in the study. You're doing all this explanation, then you have an actual form where the student's going to kind of sign to say, yes, I'm giving consent, right? But similarly, when you're saying if a student is wanting to use these social media platforms, I think there needs to be indication, right? Prior to them going to an ethics committee, perhaps they should already be having that discussion with SANParks and saying, we need to have exactly, if SANParks says, yes, we're willing to do that, to send this out on your behalf, because you're a student, you're doing a research on, the Kruger National Park or whatever it is, whatever the study is, it's pertaining, and it's also things that's pertaining to, Kruger National Park itself, and we are SANParks, yes, blah, blah, blah. But the student and the supervisor then should say to SANParks, we need to have a copy of that on what is going to be put onto that platform. What are you going to be sending out, right? And that should go through the ethics process as well, to say that here is exactly what's going to be put in, because these types of things, no, I'm almost going to say, I believe this is where maybe the student got approval to say, yes, I can use a social media platform or whatever it is, or you're going to be approaching SANParks because your research is on the Kruger National Park, so you'll be requiring their assistance with, in whatever instance you're requiring their assistance. But the student then left it to SANParks to say, okay, this is what my study is about, probably sent a letter or something to SANParks. SANParks took what is required or what is necessary and then put that little bit in there to also say, this is just my assumption, because I don't want to believe that the student and supervisor would agree to something like this when it is not ethical. So I would think that if your student, for example, says, well, I'm doing something that, deals with, for example, all the Fushini groups with, I'm doing some research on Fushini and, customer sales and this and that and what have you. And now you want Fushini to send something out. Yeah. You're not going to just leave it to Fushini to say, yeah, okay, just send out something. Here's what my research is about. There should be something where, because there's ethics involved, you need to see that they're doing it ethically, and they're also not doing something where they are trying to benefit in a monetary way or trying to also use it as a marketing tool for themselves. It should be purely for the purposes that it's meant to be for, which is only to ask, from their clientele, send it out to your clienteles, whatever, to their emails. And if they want to be part of the study, that's where they have the option to be part of the study, but not where they're putting something like this. Like if this went through an ethics committee now, this will be a big red flag. It's a red flag that's there. It shouldn't be there. So that's just my thoughts on it, Andre. These are things, as I say, things that slip through the cracks. This is potentially what could have happened.
Yeah.
Okay, but we'd have to now contact maybe the person, because see, there's a contact detail down there, UP, almost to write to that person to say, do you know that if you are the leader on this team of students that are conducting this research, did you see what SANParks put on? Did you see this? So it needs to be where that interaction needs to happen. And I think you need to, if you're having an external person that's coming in, that, yes, you want them to use their platform because your research speaks to it and it has a lot involved with that, but there needs to be a sort of a way you and the supervisor, or you, the supervisor, and the student have some control in terms of what narrative is being sent out there. Because we don't want to create something to say that our universities are actually incentivizing people, because, we can't get the people, but we're actually now saying, well, you'll get a 500 Takealot voucher if you join the study. Okay, so my thing on that is, yes, if it's something to that effect and we are advising our students, I think we need to talk about things like that to our students, because sometimes they don't understand that and they're not viewing that. So I don't know if the student, this was 2024, this was sent out, right?
Yeah.
We don't know if the student has even collected the data and graduate. We don't even know if the research is already through. But this is something that, we need to also emphasize with our students to say, are you considering putting on any platforms? Tell me, and this is why the plan is so important. You need to know what your student, what their thoughts are, what they're thinking of doing. And that's where you need to come in to say, well, okay, you want to contact SANParks, but we need to put that in, we need to list the people in the ethics form to say, these are the people that we are contacting. And this is an example, or this is what narrative will be put out there by these people that we're asking to try and get our sample. Right? It's a simple example, Devashni, I'm going to come to you now. It's like when my student had to do her research, right? Her research was on creating a standard operating procedure for trauma in schools and finding a standardized way of how leadership deals with trauma in a school, right? Because we found that schools didn't have a document, they just deal with it in a very ad hoc manner. But in order for her to get into that schools, remember, she had to write to the Department of Education. She had to tell them which schools she's going to be going to, why she needs to speak to them, show what is the relevance of it. So she needed to get that approval, right? That formed part of Faculty of Education's ethics approval procedure. That formed part of it, right? So now in this, when I'm looking at this, I'm saying, when we in the age of where there's social media, all these AI things and what have you that's happening, we need to start looking at things like it and saying to our students, if you're using something like that, you need to disclose.
Yes.
And if you're going to use it, you need to disclose to ethics, but you need to have already had that discussion with the person or the organization, and you need to show the ethics committee to say, this is what, in terms of my communication, this is what will be put out there into the media, into that space where people could be looking at it, so that the university, the supervisor, and the student, and the person that you also now, bringing on, that's going to be doing this sort of not I'm going to say marketing, but putting this out there for you to get your sample, that all of you are protected. Because now, look, if something like this had to come to the forefront and someone says, well, University of Pretoria, you all are incentivizing people to be, coming onto the research for your students. So how do we know that the data this person collected is even true data? Because these people maybe, they just came there for the 500 take-a-lot. So this data then is not reliable.
Yeah.
We don't know how accurate this data is because people were just joining for that reason. So I'm going to come back to that meeting that I spoke about, and where you need to engage with the student, and you need to ask all these questions. You need to ask your student these questions, because they may not say it to you, but they may be thinking it, or they may have a light bulb moment 2 weeks after they met with you and then decide to go merrily and do these things without telling you. I think as supervisors, what we need to tell our students, we know you're smart. That's why you're reading for your qualification, right? But let's be smart about how I'm going to take you through this qualification to make sure that it is a seamless process, it is stress-free, and you are compliant in everything that you are doing. So every step where you suddenly have a light bulb moment and you want to do something, don't be a cowboy and decide that you want to just do it. You need to check with me as a supervisor first, and then I will tell you. And then we decide from there how we go about it to ensure that we are following due diligence in whatever we are doing. So that's my answer, Andre. I hope it was a mouthful. But yeah, I was a little bit shocked to see the UP there. And yeah, I'm actually almost wondering if UP is even aware of this. Devashri, over to you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doc. For me, I think on an ethical principle, it's just unethical to provide rewards to people for information that you need for research. But I don't think the liability lies with the third party institution or process. I think it needs to come back to the ethical practices and knowledgeability of the supervisor. And when it comes to ethics, I think we have to understand and be cognizant that the student is a novice. They're the student.
Absolutely.
So integrating monitoring and evaluation of ethical processes, I think, is absolutely imperative in the supervision relationship. So the supervisor has to, why hasn't the supervisor monitored this media statement that's going out to the third party to publish? And I think the liability then lies with the supervisor. So we have to be very careful in how we manage ethics. And I think that's very, very important, that we have to understand that the role of the supervisor comes with liability and risks. And we have to be very vigilant about how we guide students in terms of their ethics. I think to shift liability on the student and whether the student knows or interprets ethics properly cannot be taken for granted. And we cannot put any liability on third parties of whether they understand ethics, because that's not something that they should be engaging with. As a company, if you're getting a statement, you're just publishing a statement because you're complying to what you need to do. So I think it comes back to integrating our ethical management as supervisors of the whole process. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you, Devashri. Absolutely. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jackie. I tend to talk a lot. Please just stop me if I'm going on babbling. I think I'm very passionate about this, and I blame Andre because he put the email on. And that's what got me talking. I think it was more shock from my end. It's the policy person in me that comes out, because remember, over and above just facilitating this module, I'm a policy specialist. So when I see these things, it irks me, and hence I'm very sorry about that, Jackie, if that was a bit too long. But I think you'll get the gist of what I was trying to say. And I think it was something good that you brought up, Andre. And thank you, Devashti, for that as well. And yes, exactly that. Students are novice, researchers. We are there to guide them. Absolutely. And I think what's very important is to know your student. If you're having those discussions with them and the student feels also, happy to share these things with you, we can guide them. Look, these things do happen. It's not like it doesn't happen, or it's unique to UP, or it's unique to UJ. I'm sure it's happened on many, research pieces where supervisors never actually saw this. Maybe the student, did it and wasn't very sure about it. But I mean, now that we're seeing examples of this, and this is the good part, thank you for bringing that up, Andre. This is something that you can put in your guide as well to your student. How do they do these things responsibly? Create a process for them, but looking within the framework of what your university does as well. That the student, in almost, I must say, in a research from a novice perspective, how do you do these things? How do you not make these mistakes? And also that you are their safe space. You are the person that they need to come back to kind of double check themselves to make sure. Because remember, making mistakes is part of learning. If that was the case, that all of us knew what to do, I wouldn't be, facilitating this. Neither would you be supervising students. Neither would students be studying for a qualification. Okay, it's a learning process, and we learn from each other. This is what doing these kind of modules are all about. So thank you for all the participation. And I see there was a reading that was also put in there. So thanks for that as well. Kenny, thank you for putting that in. You can also have a read of that. I think all these kind of things will inform your main assessment, your guide that you're putting together, that you're covering all these things that many supervisors maybe don't even think about, or students don't think about. And when we put these things in, you get your student thinking. Every time they want to do something, they're going to go back to that guide and they're going to double check themselves. And if they're unsure, they're going to come back to the safe space, which is you, to get that sort of confirmation. Am I doing this right? Am I understanding this correctly? Would I be correct in doing this? Am I acting in an ethical manner by doing this? Okay, and that's where you come in as a supervisor. Because, one of the, as I said, some of the duties, or one of the duties, is that you have to approve the research submission. So you need to also give your students, particular guidelines for ethical research in that discipline. Like I explained about education now, although we filled in the ethics form, and I helped my student to do all of that, we put what the requirements were in there, and it took some time. It wasn't a simple thing. We had to really, go through that form and go back to the proposal and see that, we are covering these things that are being asked for. But there was still that additional step. She still had to go through, the Department of Basic Education. She still had to get approval there, and that was a separate to be filled in, where we are telling, the department why we're doing it and how will we conduct ourselves in an ethical manner to ensure that, our participants are also protected. And then you need to, if there are those requirements, you can maybe just discuss that with your students so that they have a better understanding, because I know my student was really confused when she got this, like, what is this now? And I had to explain to her, well, it's going to ethics approval, but remember, there's a second tier of this. You need to also, you're getting ethical approval from your university to say that you can go out and do the research, but you need to get approval from the Department of Basic Education, because the sample that you're taking from belongs to the Department of Basic Education. And there are various things that, can go wrong if you just go and you are doing this research without them knowing why you're doing this research, what's the benefit, and where are you actually taking your sample from, right? So UJ does have a code of academic, and it's a research and academics code of ethics, right? I don't know if any of you had a chance to look at that. Did you all get a chance to look at it? Just by show of hands, did you get a chance to look at it? There's no hands, so I'm going to assume, okay.
Well, I was
Zamo.
able to look at it in our previous, from last semester, sorry. Yeah, I was able to look at it last semester. Yeah.
What did you think about that document when you looked at it? Because that document is quite
Well,
old, right?
It's quite old and it's more or less similar to UKZN because I'm also based in UKZN and they also have their own document. In as
Right.
much as there are variations here and there, but it's a slightest of difference. It's not very much different. I expected something different just to see that how issues of ethics and plagiarism treated at UJ compared to UKZN, but I didn't find something novel. Yeah, I didn't find so it is updated. It is outdated in a sense. I saw that it is outdated.
Because it's kind of contradictory, right? We were saying in this, I see in this learning guide, we were talking about ethics is always ever changing, right? And then we have all these different, like for example, POPIA became very sort of, it was so emphasized in all institutions. There were all these trainings that were happening, and now, I mean, I'm working with the Senate Research Ethics Chair. We're looking at a protocol that we are developing for managing of your data, so data research management. But we're looking at it from a POPIA perspective, trying to look at what we've got as our POPIA's sort of protocol, and we've got a separate data management protocol, but how are we looking at it with specifically research data itself? So I'm even wondering, like, with the code that we have, it's yes, outdated. I'm wondering whether, yes, then maybe that's something that we need to start looking at. Do we start expanding on that in terms of the code? Is it something that students read and it's just like, I think it was what, I don't know if it was Karen or Devashri spoke about it, but I think it was Karen that spoke about it. What's in black and white? But, we're not actually talking about the nuances to this and, the other sort of, intricacies that come with it. It's sort of just put out there and students read it, but it's not actually helping a student to fully gauge. And I mean, even from a supervisor's perspective, it's just a document that's there, with the standard things that are in there that you need to follow, but not that sort of in-depth sort of reach that we want to have when it comes to students or supervisors or even, staff that's in a university that's undertaking research. Yes, Devashri, go ahead.
Thanks, Doc. I haven't read the UJ ethical guidelines, but I think there's something very important that we kind of overlooking, and that is ethics and AI in terms of the research context. And, I think the very important question that we need to ask is, are we integrating AI ethical practices into our codes of conduct in terms of, of research? And I think institutions have done quite well in bringing ethical AI guidelines for students, staff, and institutional processes. But are we putting enough attention into how we are promoting and supporting ethical use of AI in research itself? So, yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Devashri. Yeah, I think that's really a bone of contention for many universities now, with use of ChatGPT and all these wonderful things that are out there. And that's, I had one of the PhD students at JBS that also asked the very same questions that you are asking. What happens where there's like, I think her research was on simulations and things like that. And she says, do I really need ethics if I'm working with simulations, It's something that it's stuff that I didn't really understand. But I think what she was trying to say was there is no human participants. It's a very different type of research. And I said to her, well, let me speak to the chair of, research ethics and the Senate chair, and I will come back to you on that. And his comeback was, well, if those simulations were from human intervention, that's where you got those simulations, then you will still need to go through the ethics the process. So I'm thinking even when, students are coming and saying desktop and they're doing this and then, I think ethics is a thing that it's a standard thing that we need to go through just to make sure that we are sort of covering everything that needs to be covered, not about just covering the institution, but just covering, that it's ethical. It's anything that's being done is done in an ethical way. And even if there's a room where we feel that maybe a person feels they don't need ethic clearance, but just to make sure, students should be going through that process, like what you're talking about AI now. Students may come to that point where they say, well, I'm doing something that's everything is AI. So, why do I need to go through ethics? Everything is generated this way. So I'm taking a little bit of a different angle now, what I'm talking about in terms of content that they're using. So, lots of lecturers and supervisors we're so guarded against when we tell students, don't just go and use ChatGPT. Are you reading what's coming out of ChatGPT? Because it's pulling a whole lot of stuff together and just bundling it together. Sometimes it does not even make sense. Sometimes it's giving you incorrect stuff, And, more and more universities, to answer you, I think to partially maybe answer your question, Devashri, more and more, I think universities are trying to, do training sessions with students to try and help them how to use it in a responsible way. And I think as supervisors, it's also something new for us. Not all of us have been exposed to these things. It's also something new for us. So I think universities also have to sort of investigate. I won't say investigate, but have to, what's the word I'm looking for? The word is there, but it's just not coming. They need to help. I think that's the best word I can find now. They need to help supervisors by providing these training sessions to also help them help their students. Because, I used to laugh about this, but we have these supervisors that are sitting in, professorial levels and, they are like, really so near retirement and they say, well, we are BBTs. We are born before technology. We don't know how these things work, So we need to have those kind of sessions to not just assume that every person you're supervising a student, but maybe the supervisor themselves also is not aware of how these things work. So I just think it needs to be sort of an annual refresher that universities need to have for their supervisors, and yes, roll it out to our cohorts, whether you're new, whether you're returning. You need to have these refreshers for our students so that supervisors also are able to guide their students, from the knowledge that they've got from these training sessions. Yes, Devashri?
Yeah, I think it's naive to think that students are not going to engage with AI because it's such an integral part of who we are in the 21st century, right? So whether it's Meta or the 101 different AI or generative AI search engines, it's there. And I think the question now is how do we respond to it? And for me, the first step is that just as we have an ethics committee which approves certain things, we either integrate AI into the ethical forms, considerations, committees, etc., and get students to acknowledge where they have used AI. And I think that's so important in terms of the truthfulness in the way we interact with research. Students are going to use it. So I think we're going to have to integrate it into those ethical forms that we submit, that where we're going to be using AI or how we've used AI to assist us in generating ideas or something. And I think that's very, very important. And that cannot be overlooked when we're talking about ethics. When it comes to the truthfulness of our actions and how we, behave with research is so important. So I think we need to start stepping up now in terms of integrating the use of AI into ethical guidelines for our students. And get people in the committees to also start getting training and acknowledging this. And I think most universities globally now are saying to students, fill in a declaration of AI usage, where you've used it and how you've used it. So I think in South Africa, we need to start honing in on that and developing that area. Thanks.
That's a brilliant suggestion. So here, something else for your guide, but something that we can take to our ethics committees as well. That's something, thank you for that, Devashri. I will actually take that up with the Senate Research Ethics Chair and find out, what exactly is UJ doing in that space as well, because I'm pretty certain they are working with stuff like that as well. I'm not part of an ethics committee, but I'm also quite sure that when they do have ethics committees that sit, well, I'm hoping that they do have somebody that has that sort of very, very deep understanding of AI and can ask the relevant questions that they need to the student or check to see that the student is sort of compliant in terms of responsible usage of AI in the research itself. So thank you for that. I'm going to go quickly to Zamokushle, and then we'll end this. And I'm going to give you maybe we'll move straight into 2 because we started at 10 o'clock. because I've got Unit 2 slides ready. We can move into Unit 2. It's not a lot to go through. If you're happy with that, I can go through Unit 2. Then we've only got 2 more units to go through. Zamo Kushle, please go ahead. Zamo, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, colleague, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, no, I think I'd like to agree with my student colleague. I think it was Divashri Naidon. I don't know if
Yes.
I'm pronouncing it correctly. Yes. No, in terms of AI use, no, we cannot have nuanced views or some kind of objective views towards AI, because here it's real, and I think it's part of the fourth industrial revolution, as we've been saying that, is South Africa ready? Is it not ready for the fourth industrial revolution? And it's here. And I think it's high time that we acknowledge it, and we agree that our students and some of our academics use it, but the only gap that is present within the academy is how should we use AI? What trainings should we have in terms of using AI? And actually having that disclaimer that in this academic piece of writing, be it an essay, an academic paper, be it a book, be it a research report, I have actually used AI in this manner within the ethical realms that are demarcated by an institution or by the research ethics committee. Because I've seen something on LinkedIn where someone is writing something from their PhD in terms of their experiences and so on, and they put a disclaimer at the end that this is also AI generated, which makes us to actually trust and believe the work in terms of the ethical principles and having honesty in terms of the academic work that is produced. So I think it's high time that we have training, and it's a beautiful thing that UJ has actually introduced the Viva Voce defense mechanism of PhD studies. I don't know if it applies in masters as well.
No.
I think only at PhD. I think it's a beautiful thing, because then we're able to recognize the students' ownership of the work that they've produced. And if they don't know the work, then we can have suspicions around AI use and so on in terms of how they've written and the work that they've produced. So definitely my colleague is spot on. I support them on that note. Thank you.
Great stuff. And this is what's the good part about having these sessions, where we get all these nice stuff that, yes, we can take back also to our, our institutes and talk about it. I think it's exactly that, we can't get away from it. It is there now. And exactly what Divashri said, look at how we sort of integrate that into our ethics, approval process, whether it is getting an expert on AI that's sitting in there, that's sort of looking at these things and, giving feedback to it. And then also, yes, you also spoke about the training, Z. So, when we are helping our students through ethics as well, I mean, it's way going on knowledge that we have. And I think I'm going back to that about there's certain supervisors that don't want to use these kind of things. They want the student to kind of say, no, just use the old fashioned kind of way. We've got all these different tools that we are using. But supervisors also need to have that training. They can't be expected to guide a student who wants to do responsible use of, something that's AI linked, but the supervisor themselves doesn't know how to do it. So, and how to guide the student on it. So I think it's sort of like a very holistic approach that institutions need to take, because one sort of impacts the other, either way. So thanks for that, Devashri. Thank you, Zamo Kushle, for also coming in and for that very informative, suggestion. Well, that I think that's a brilliant suggestion. I'm not sure, Devashri, whether UJ is doing that, though I have a suspicion that they are. I'm just not sure in what sort of format they're doing it, whether they have a person that's AI that's, sitting in the committee, because I know generally they do have people, like if it's a specific topic, if it's a topic related, they'll have people that, well, it makes sense to have people that understand the topic that's sitting in there. But sometimes if the methodology is something that maybe most of the panel members don't understand, they'll bring somebody that does understand in there that can kind of gauge with the student, right? But from the AI point of view, we'll find out about that. Maybe this is the point where I want to say to you, I know in this learning guide, one of your activities was for you to speak to an ethics chair and to find out from the ethics chair, some of the difficulties that they have when they are sitting in an ethics committee. So, Devashri, you'll be happy to know I've taken that one activity away from y'all. Okay, so you won't be needing to do that. What I've done is I've requested Dr. Lorenzo to share with me. There will be a workshop that is happening on Monday for new supervisors, right? And the Senate Research Ethics Chair, Professor Stein, will be one of the persons that's going to be speaking about, the ethics committee, the remit of the ethics committee, the kind of things that they deal with, the difficulties that they have. And, these supervisors are going to have a chance to pose questions to Dr. Stein. What I will do is I'm going to preempt this. I'm going to send him what you've asked about in terms of the AI part of it, so that making sure that he does speak to that on Monday. We will be getting that recording, and then I will ask Lorenzo to share that recording with all of you. So that activity where you needed to go and interview an ethics chair, you won't need to do that. We will be getting feedback from an ethics chair from UJ. Okay, but I'm not stopping you. If you feel that you want to go speak to your institution's, ethics chair, maybe part of your faculty, you've got a faculty ethics committee, there's a chair that you would like to go and see. Maybe you want to compare what, UJ's chair of Senate Research Ethics Committee has to say compared to what you guys are doing. You're more than welcome to do that, to do the activity. But I'm kind of saving you a bit on that, just to get that, to get that information coming from a chair who deals with all the chairs from the different faculties ethics committee. And that's where I sit in that committee, where we get all these kind of different things that are coming in, and they speak about the sort of the problems that they have, at these ethics committees that they kind of, convene, the unusual cases that come in. So I think that will be quite a nice session for you all to, listen to. So that probably within the week of next week, Dr. Lorenzo will kindly send that to all of you so you all can actually have a listen. Devashri, you had your hand up. Is there something else that you wanted to add?
Oh, yes. So thanks for taking that activity.
Are you breaking up? I can't hear you. Oh, no, you've muted yourself.
Okay, yes. So I'm saying, first of all, thank you for taking that activity away. I know I've stepped into that space. So, okay. Secondly, I've been, I think, involved in drafting the AI guidelines for our institution, and especially focusing on the ethics part. But what we did is we benchmarked across all the institutions in South Africa, and most of them. So most institutions already have an AI policy, and it's on most of their websites. But I think where the leap needs to happen is we need to actually take those AI policies and make them more applicable to research processes. So I think that integration needs to happen. But the work on AI has been quite extensive in the academic institutions right now. So I mean, we understand it for teaching and learning. We understand how to implement it there. But when it comes to actually dealing with it in research, I think we're opening ourselves up to big lawsuits and huge risks in institutions if we don't do that ASAP,
Yeah, I think it's the same issue we had, and that's the reason why we were re-looking at the research data management, because of, how POPIA works and all of these various things that we need to be very cautious of. We felt that the policy was just, we have a policy on research data management, but it was not really tackling all, the in-depth things and looking at it from a perspective that is aligned to what legislation is also asking for. So exactly that. I mean, UJ is also big. I mean, we 4IR, right? Remember, we are like forerunners when we say we talk about 4IR. Yes, we have policies and we all of this place. And I get what you're saying. We got all of these nice things, but it's sort of more on a institutional operational level or a compliance level for the institution itself, but not really drilling down to when it comes to research. How are we actually looking at specifically this? And, how are students kind of, engaging? Are they engaging responsibly in this? How are we able to pick this up whether, there's any sort of, ethical violations when they're using these kind of tools. So yes, exactly that. And as I said, I will send something in writing to the chair. I will ask him to speak a bit of that, about that in his session, just in case none of the supervisors on that session bring it up. I will just say to him that this was something posed. I'd like to know, what his stance is on that and what work is currently happening. So you all can have a listen to that, and hear what he has to say. Okay, so do you all need a 10-minute break? Because we've been an hour into this discussion. You want a 10-minute or a 5-minute, just a comfort break, and then we can start with Unit 2. There's not much to go through in Unit 2, actually. I think we were actually talking about stuff as well in Unit 2 as we were in Unit 1. Okay, a 5-minute break, is that good? And then we come back?
Thank you, yes.
Great. Okay, are we good to go? Okay, great. Thanks, Kenny. Thanks, Karen. I think we've already started moving into Unit 2 when we started discussing the UJ Code of Ethics. If you go to your Unit 2.1, which talks about risk uncertainty and cautionary principle, some of the content that in there, well, firstly speaks about SAQA level, what at a SAQA level, the descriptors for critical cross-field outcomes. At a level 10, what does SAQA expect a student to be doing in terms of the ability to identify, address and manage, any emerging ethical issues, and also advanced processes of ethical decision-making, which includes the monitoring, evaluation of the consequences of these decisions where it's appropriate. Okay, so that's just something there for you to read about in terms of SAQA level and what, at a PhD level, what is expected. And obviously, universities have policies and procedures where we highlight how ethical research is not always straightforward, and sometimes it's conflicting interests, moral dilemmas, and this is where our governance part of it comes in, where we try to sort of get our people to read this and implement it in the way that it should be implemented. Now, when you come to institutional policies and procedures, when it's regard to research ethics, we know that, other professional associations also have like a specific sort of guideline by which they expect researchers to go by, like the Human Sciences Research Council's Code of Research Ethics or the Medical Research Council's ethics policy, right? So if you want to do, trials and things like that as a doctor, there's obviously specific things that you need to adhere to according to what their policies ask you for, and you need to make sure that you are carrying out those trials within that framework. Now, similarly, I'm sure as UJ has, every other university has their own policy on research ethics or their code of research and academic ethics, and we spoke about UJ's one. I do see that there was an activity 2.1a about the code of ethics, and just talking about what is the purpose of this policy, who or what is served by the policy, what principles does the policy uphold, who owns and polices the policy, who is responsible for implementing it, and how do they implement it. Okay, so I know that's a mouthful. I'm just going to check if I did have that on my slides. Let me just have a look. Let's go to the next one here. Okay, this is where I spoke to you about SAQA, right? And about the level descriptors. Seeing a spelling error there as well. It's driving me nuts. Okay, here it is here. Okay, so we've got UJ Code of Academic and Research Ethics. I know you haven't read UJ's. Okay, but I think you are pretty familiar with your own institution's policy on this, right? What your policy entails, whether you've got a policy, whether you've got a code. So maybe if we could just, I'm not going to just choose people. If you want to look at these questions that are there and maybe just speak to it for the rest of the room. So who would like to start the conversation up? Just going to go there. I've got that slide on. Okay, I see Dr. Govender, you're back on. Dr. Govender, you've not been speaking at all. Can I ask you to maybe take us through this a bit in terms of your institution and the policy that you have? I've got those questions out there just to have a look at it and just to share with the colleagues in the room, in terms of your policy. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. The reason I haven't been actively participating is because I'm recovering from anesthesia. So
okay, then you should not participate. It would be very unethical of me to ask you while you are still having the remnants of that lovely anesthesia. I wish I had some anesthesia right now. I'm so jealous. Okay, so
difficult to verbalize.
okay, someone's saying Zoom, so let me put it into this here. No, not a problem, Dr. Govender. I'm sorry. Who else would like to go for it? Jackie, what about you? Now I'm giving you a chance to speak. I'm going to be quiet.
Doctor, I said a lot on the chat box.
You're trying to get out of it. But come on, just okay. Let's do it.
Let me be honest. I was actually disturbed. My daughter just came in my room, ne? So I didn't hear anything. Yeah, can you just repeat? What should I?
No
what must I
problem.
do?
No problem. Okay, so I've got this up here saying the UJ Code of Academic and Research Ethics. Raj, you were supposed to read that document, but it's fine if you didn't read UJ's one. Are you from UJ or are you from another institution?
I'm from UP.
You from UP? Okay, so I'm quite sure UP does have a policy on research ethics, right?
Yes, it does. It does.
Right.
Yeah,
So all you got to do is, and I'm pretty sure that you looked at that document. You are quite affair with that document. So it's just these questions that are here. You know, what is the purpose of that? So you're going to tell the room, what do you think is the purpose of the document? Who do you think it's serving? Right. What are the principles that that document is trying to uphold? Who owns that, and who do you think polices that? And who is responsible for implementing it? And how do you think they are implementing it? So if you can't do all, just maybe pick something from there that you want to do as well. You know, maybe.
the purpose of all policies, it's the smooth running of whatever the students and the supervisors will be doing. They cover them, that they have a communication. It has been communicated between the two, and then there's usually this proof of evidence that you, after you have read the policies and the codes, you have to sign them.
Right.
And then it serves the both the students and the supervisors principles of upholding. It's reviewing them from time to time and bringing in new whatever that, as we're saying, there is ever evolving issues around research ethics. So the reviewing is part of it. By reviewing them, it's owned by both the stakeholders, meaning the students and the supervisors and the lecturers, and the stakeholders are the community and the society, as we have spoken and listed them at the beginning. Who is responsible for implementing it? It's both the students and the supervisors. How do they implement it? By making sure that it's read, it's signed by both students and the supervisor. I think I got it all. If I have to say more, then it will be put in writing in the class activity. The written, what you call, or it's a class activity. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you for that. With all of the daughter coming in, and you were quick on that with me just giving you a recap of what you need to do. Appreciate that. Anybody else? I mean, I like what you're saying. You know, you went through everything, and yes, policy is there to guide us, to govern what we do. Actually, it's to make sure that we are consistent in what we are doing. And the reason why consistency needs to be there and standardization needs to be there is that, you know, we don't want the university or an institution to be put under, if there's an auditor, and then to be put under investigation that we are all doing things in a very ad hoc manner and we are not following the same thing. Okay. And yes, policy serves everybody in the university, and I think it protects us as well in a way also by giving us the guidelines on what are the do's and the don'ts. And the principles, yes, we spoke about the ethics, the principles of research ethics. We did touch on that. You know, what are the principles? And in terms of, yes, who owns the policy? Yes, it belongs to the university, but I think it belongs to all of us, because we are the people that we're going to have to whether we're teaching it to our students or we are also implementing it ourselves when it comes to our own research publications or how we are carrying out research. And yes, we police it when it comes to our students as well, right? And who's responsible for implementing it? All of us, right? It's applicable to whether it's academic staff, whether it's students as well. We all need to implement it. But the last question, how do they implement it? I think that's where the biggest problem is. And it goes back to, I think even Devashri was talking about the AI aspect of it, which even complicates things even further. How do we actually make sure that the implementation is actually correct? The implementation is actually happening. I mean, that's a tough one, right? And as supervisors, we can do as much as we can. And yes, we can give the policy to the student or the code of ethics to the student. We can read it out to them. We can do all of these things. But as I said, it comes back to we only have that much of control over what somebody else does. Okay, we have control over what we do, but it's about trying to, give as much information as possible to that person and, trying to create spaces for them where you sort of not really giving them that opportunity that they're going to sidestep and not implement the way they should be implementing. Okay, anybody else wants to have a go at this? I can't see any hands because I've got my window up here, so.
Sorry, hi, I want to try. How do they implement? I think the implementation of the research ethics policy, it is based on the issues that arises. That arises whether on the internet, use of the internet, AI, for example, or advent of technology. We know that there are so many changes that are taking place on the usage of the ICT and the internet. So when there are any developments within the ICT tools and technological usage, so I think it's where now the committee sits and decide in terms of what should be done in terms of the implementation of the new policy, because it wouldn't make sense that the institution is utilizing a policy that is not speaking to the new forms of communication or technology. So there are students that will be doing the research and the policy does not address the research that they are doing because the policy of the institution is outdated. And also, let me just pause there. Thank you.
Was that in Mfundo?
Yes, it was Mfundo.
Okay, thank you for that, Mfundo. Yeah, I think the implementation part, I mean, coming from a policy perspective myself, because I deal with that, it's important. I mean, we have these documents, but these documents should not be there just as a sort of a tick box to say we've got a policy, right? I think it needs to be where there's always sort of active engagement with it. And generally when there's a new policy that comes out, it's introduced and then we say, right, let's sort of, do a workshopping of the policy. We open it up to all, the stakeholders within the university or whatever domain we are in to say, come in, and the owners of the policy are going to start now explaining what this policy is about, how it should be implemented. So there's no misunderstandings, and there's also not where people are reading and also understanding it in different ways. So I'll give you an example, right? I can read a novel and you can read a novel. But I may pick up something completely different from that novel. The themes may be completely different from what you may deem to be what is important in that novel. So I think similarly, when it comes to where it's documents like this, where it's documents that's especially where it's trying to guide people, and it's something that's so important in terms from a governance perspective. They always needs to be that we can't just say to students, oh, go and read this policy. Yes, the student is reading the policy, but maybe the student doesn't understand half of what is in that policy. It doesn't even make sense to the student, And if we as supervisors We are aware of what these policies entail. We've had ample experience with many other students that we've taken through the research process. We understand how these policies are applicable to that research process. Part of what we can do also is to simplify it for the student. You're not going to go line by line, but you're going to say to the student, read this. I want us to have, in our conversations, I want you to tell me what you understand by this, right? And let's see how this actually talks to what your research is and which of these things are actually applicable to, what you're going to be needing to do when you are actioning in your research. What is actually applicable to you? Because let's be honest, we were also students at one point. When they send us anything from university, and I mean, I'm guilty of that. I'll pick man up to say, I read the first 2 lines and then I'm like, hey, no, I'm not reading the rest of this. It's like too much of stuff to read, right? I'll just get it along the way and maybe one of the other students will tell me how it works, right? And students still do that. I mean, that's one of the biggest things that we as even as academics, they hear academics saying it all the time. Students don't read. They don't read. It's even stuff that you give me. It's like, I sent you this, but you're not reading. I can pick up that you haven't read. So I think having these engagements with your student, it's not just about when you are given a student, allocated a student, I think you need to almost start the student off with these kind of things. And I think that's where your guide, the guide that you're going to be creating, that guide becomes so important for you because it's going to set the stage for you in terms of how you're going to be carrying the student through this process. So one of the most important things is when you start your guide off is obviously it's linked to the institution that you're in. You will raise with the student to say there are these different sort of, there's these policies, there's these codes, but these are the ones that I've isolated for you. I want you, maybe before you even have your first meeting, your first email should be, go and read these policies. In our first meeting, we're going to talk about these. We're going to talk about how these things are applicable to you, right? And what are some of the things that I need you to understand and to know before we can actually start off this whole research process, right? Because remember, students are coming into university, coming to read for qualification. They're not interested in what our policies have to say. They just want to get down. They want to get down to getting that research done because they're chasing the cape and the cap and the scroll. That's what they're chasing. But this is where we as supervisors need to say to them, hold the phone. You need to first go through these processes. And I think how you take that across to them is, this is stuff that I'm not just teaching you because you're not going to use it. Remember, in a few years' time, you'll be doing the exact same thing that I am doing. So I am also you're not only just creating, helping a student get a qualification. You are in itself also building a new supervisor. You are giving a new supervisor a toolkit with which they can use and take forward when they get into the very same seat that you are in and have to supervise students. Okay. So that we spoke about was policy. I'm going to go to the next slide and early detection. I've put that in to say, how do you help your student to anticipate? And I think we spoke about that as well, where we said even when you come to the very early stages of your research, I think it was Andre, you put that in there. You said that it was a research design. Look at how, the different kind of scenarios you can have. How can it be limiting? How will it affect your participants? What could actually creep in that may cause a problem with your research? And look at those, preempt it, anticipate it earlier on, and look at ways of how, together with your student, how you can mitigate that, right? Because these are some of the things that when it goes to the ethics committee, these are some of the things that can come back to you, right? And we know when the ethics committee, when they look at it and if they find something that there's a gap there, it's going to come back and then you're going to have to go back to the drawing board and sit with your student and now go through that ethics form again, go back to your proposal document as well. So it's like taking 20 steps back. And, we've got to also remember, I'm going to speak about that again when it comes to the qualification timelines. I think all of you are aware when it comes to minimum timeframes and, deviation from that and what that means for the institution as well, right? Because remember, you are doing this, but you are doing this for your institution. So the quicker you can take your students through, the qualification in the time that it's been approved for a student to complete, right? That's where the good communication comes in. That's where the strategizing in terms of setting out a plan in terms of how this journey is going to happen, right? And even being strict with your student in terms of, what are the deadlines by which you should be having things. if you've committed to something, yes, obviously life happens, but you need to know how to sort of, work with that type of student that you have. In my previous module, I think we spoke about it, a few were part of that module, where we also spoke about cultural differences. Students may come from different backgrounds, and they obviously respond in different ways, they interact in different ways. And I think for you as a supervisor, you just need to gauge with that. You may get maybe a student that maybe part of their culture thing is that they feel that if they speak out to their elders, it's a form of disrespect. But I think you need to get your student in a space to understand that, listen, you're not being disrespectful when you need to ask the question. Questions are actually good. I want you to ask questions. I want you to ask me these things because I need to help you. If you're not going to tell me, or you're not going to ask me, what you're unsure of, I'm not going to know. So it's about getting them into that space as well, that mindset, that they're coming from these different backgrounds, they're very diverse backgrounds. Maybe they have different ways of how they actually interact. I think you as a supervisor, as you go along and you are having this interaction with your student, you'll be able to understand your student and actually what works best for them. Okay, so I think there was a bit from Creswell and Miriam that spoke about the different stages, the research stage and the questions. That it's a very nice table that they have here. So it's just after activity 2.1b. Maybe have a look at that because it doesn't ask everything, obviously, but I think it's a nice guideline. You can actually even maybe utilize this for your student to say, every time you're doing this part of your research, maybe use this and you can adapt what Miriam and Creswell has to something, an adapted version to what you want your student to also look at. So right now it looks like a very simplified table. You can expand on that. That can form part of your guide as well. You can use that to say to your student as a tool that they can use to say, use this almost like a checklist that you are doing, right? As you're going through your research process, look at the ethics part of it and how is that process or that part or that phase of your research, what ethics do you need to consider in terms of that part of it, right? So you can utilize that if you want as well. You can take that table or you can look for something else, or you can devise something that you want to devise that you feel will actually, the student will benefit from it. And then I think ways to help your student, right? Dialogue. And I think it's the thing about communication, having that constant communication with them. I mean, I had students part of the postgrad school, but prior to the postgrad school as well, when I was in a faculty space, some of the biggest complaints, or I'd say the most amount of complaints, the volume of complaints that, I used to get from students is that, oh, my supervisor doesn't respond to me. Or I haven't spoken to my supervisor in 3 months, I mean, when I went through my PhD, my supervisor was AWOL. I never heard from her in 3 months. And then I just sat as well. It was such a lovely time for me because it's like, okay, if she's not talking to me, then I won't talk to her. And, time kind of goes and then you realize, okay, I need to actually do something because time is just running out and then I'm never going to finish this. And only when I reached out did I find out that, supervisor had a bereavement, 2 bereavements within 2 weeks. And I had to then get a co-supervisor, but I mean, this was obviously beyond my supervisor's control. But I think it's important us as supervisors that we are constantly having, I'm not saying every day, that's obviously impossible. You have hundreds of other things that you need to do. But I think when I'm talking about, where you're setting that plan out, maybe you need to have with your student as well to say, so you preempt the dates and say, these are the dates that we will be meeting. And these are the things that we're going to be covering. So from my end as a supervisor, this is what I need to do. From your end as a student, this is what you'll need to have available, right? And yes, life does happen. Maybe the student may come back and say they've had bereavement or they've been ill, and then you can work around that how best you can, but always being cognizant of the fact that you need to keep, within those hard deadlines that you have for those milestones to be met. So maybe ask your student as well. I put their mind map, but that's not something that's, cast in stone. You can ask whether it's a mind map or what works best. I think knowing the student as well, some students are not photographic students. You have some students that say mind maps work excellently for them. Some students absolutely hate it, right? Something maybe different works for them. So gauge with the students, see what works for them and also what works for you. And then, make a plan, see what you want to put together, and then stick to that plan, that you have those timelines linked to it, you have, action items linked to it. And as I'm saying, that's where your guide will come into play. You will have all of this in the guide as well when you're giving it to students, so that they have something to follow as well. And I think, students talk to each other as well. And when a student is going to be allocated to you or coming to your PhD student says, now I want you to supervise me, they already know, the way you work, and they have an understanding of what is expected of them, just via the grapevine, knowing how it is, how you work, and, some of the things that's expected from the student when they're coming to you as a student and you're taking them on. And then Peyton speaks about also in terms of the credibility of the researcher. I think this is something you need to obviously speak to your students about, and engage with them in terms of what does it mean about credibility of a researcher? What makes a researcher credible? And I think it comes back to the ethical part of it. How are you conducting research? How are you collecting your data? Have you done informed consent? Are you anonymizing your participants? So you obviously need to know how to collect data, analyze it, interpret it. You need to know how to do all of that. You need to be able to do all of that, because that's what your SAQA level, of a PhD requires you to do. And yes, you need to be able to do that, but you also need to know how to have the other part of it, where you need to engage with people and, have that understanding that people have rights. What does it mean to respect people? What does it mean to give people dignity, right? And all of those things makes you a credible researcher, in a sense that you've collected your data in a way that is, ethically sound. The way you interacted with your participants, there was no duress, there was no coercion. You need to explain all these things to your student, because it's not just about putting when you say to them, you obviously say, it's not just about putting a good piece of research together. It's about how you carry that research out as a researcher. What did you do, right? And that then speaks a lot about your credibility as a researcher. And obviously using very rigorous methods as well, methods that can be backed up, methods that they've, done a lot of reading on literature, they reviewed a lot of literature, they've seen what other people have used, and they can back their methods up in terms of what they are using, how they are using it, why they are using it. And just to have an appreciation, right, in terms of the components to ensure that there's credibility in terms of the research, as well as a researcher themselves, that they've carried out what they need to carry out. And then Miriam speaks about these three components that Peyton also, talks about. But I think what Miriam says, as much as, and I think we've been talking about this, and as much as we can as supervisors, try and instill this in our students, it can happen to the best of us as well. I think it comes back to the individual's own values and ethics, and whether they actually have a moral compass that's in place, and now that they put in a space of where they need to conduct research, scientific research, how are they conducting themselves in this space, right? And you as a researcher can be very influential in that as well, right? It's lead by example. It's about setting that sort of stage for your student to say, yes, engage with them, have that discussion with them, listen to what they're saying, don't judge. Even if it's something that wants to shock you, like we saw the Sandparks, article, and they probably say, yeah, I found somebody and they're willing to put my stuff up, and, they're probably going to do like a raffle ticket thing, and a person can win like a Mauritius, trip to Mauritius or whatever if they participate, they stand a chance. Don't immediately get on to the student to say, this is not ethically sound. It's a lot about dialogue, how you communicate with the student and say, well, as much as yes, you're saying that, it sounds like something that I see you thought about, but did you think about this, about the ethical part of this? Do you think that it will be great for us to offer this to people to be part of your research? Then how credible is your research? Because if you are incentivizing people to be part of your research, wouldn't then other people, the greater public or society, then wonder, well, did the people join because they were interested in your research and adding to your research, or was it just for the incentive, right? I know Chandra didn't want to mention this because I know we're talking about the incentive thing again, but Chandra just, I told her put it onto the chat. I'm not sure if she put it on, but she did say, you know, in certain medical sort of way, it's to do with the human subjects, but it's more on a science part of it. Some participants are incentivized. So, you know, if they are participating in certain studies, maybe a trial or whatever it is, but as long as that is taken through an ethics committee and the ethics committee sees that there is no sort of ethical violation in the way, the sort of incentive. So for example, maybe a participant, let me give you a wild example. Maybe there's a trial for breast cancer patients. Perhaps one of the incentives can be that you participate in this trial, and then, you know, for the next 3 years, you will get free mammograms that are done for you, right? Something to that effect. Chandra, you can come in here if I'm sidestepping from what you were talking to me about offline. But these are just some of the things that, you know, we can think about as well, because it's not always, you know, red flags when it comes to these things. So, and now we come to class activity 2.1C. I'm going to go to that. Let me see if I put it down for you, because no, I didn't, but I'm going to read it out to you. And maybe we can discuss. Chandra, do you want to come in about that, what you were talking about? Or are you good?
You got the example right, but let's just say from my experience, it was money. It was 100 Rand for like a specific amount of blood. But during the ethics application, you have to state all of this and how you're going to advertise it. And they even advise you on the wording on the advertisement. But then besides that, the people involved in the study have to get certain certifications as well for ethics. The one that clinical trial researchers have to go through is good clinical practice. So you have that plus the research ethics application with the faculty, and they advise you through this process before you can even start doing anything.
Okay. Okay, so you see, so in certain instances, but obviously they are definitely, it needs to go via ethics. I think it comes back to what Andre was showing us, and we're wondering now whether this thing actually went to an ethics at UP, you know, for something like that to be put on. But now when you speaking about, I mean, you know, giving people 100 Rand, but, you know, they also had something that they needed to do as well. But it went through a proper ethics, you know, approval. I think that's the most important thing, that it was covered to make sure that the ethics committee, you know, applied their mind to this. And according to what they saw, basically everything was covered, and they didn't see that there would be any sort of violation of a person's rights, or, you know, anything that would have been untowards that would have been done in the research. Okay, so now I've got this here. It's 2.1.C. I just want to find it. I want to read it out to you. Okay, let me go back. Okay, here we go. So this is also about identifying red flags, right? When it comes to ethical issues in a scenario. So I'm going to read this to you. A young social work graduate wants to conduct research in a shelter for abused women in an inner city suburb of Johannesburg. She wants to find out from the women who stay in the shelter whether they acknowledge factors in their own behavior and attributes that may have contributed to their abuse. For example, their use of alcohol and/or drugs, their sexual orientation, the way they dress and groom themselves, and the way they spend the money they receive from social grants. The student wants to go, in inverted commas, undercover in the shelter so that she can hear what women say amongst themselves about the abuse and how they describe the abuse they suffer. She will pose as an abused woman who seeks shelter among other abused women. She will gain inmates' trust by participating in the same activities as they do. She wants to collect data by secretly recording women's informal conversations about themselves. She also wants to record group therapy sessions conducted by the staff of the center. The purpose of her study, she says, is to find out whether women are truly rehabilitated during their stay in the shelter. The shelter employs 1 house mother and 2 part-time social workers. The 12 inmates receive individual and group therapy at the shelter and are assigned duties which contribute to the upkeep of the center, such as cleaning, cooking, sewing, and doing laundry. There are no children or men at the center. Okay, so now I'm taking this from what has been put in your learning guide. Do all members of the group agree about these issues? So firstly, let's talk about what are the issues. So I'm gonna take this off here so I can see what's going on, right? So what issues do you have with this? Let's say this was your student and your student did this. What would the issues be here? Okay, I think we can pick it up very easily, but I'm going to open it up to the room so you all can engage with it. Let's see who did not speak. Yes, the secrecy is very concerning. Okay, we'll leave Dr. Govind out because she's on anesthetic, recovering from anesthesia. Lucky her. Jackie, you spoke. Karen, you spoke. Devashri, you spoke. Who did not speak? All of you. Okay, there's somebody here by the name of Gail. Gail? I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Bienvenu. That's the surname. Gail, are you with us? Okay, Gail's not here. Kenny, what did you find that was worrying when I was reading this out to you? Kenny, are you there?
I'm here, but can you put up? No, I didn't quite get it. I was
okay.
walking.
No problem. I don't have it. It's actually in your guide. It's in your learner guide, but it's fine. Who's able to?
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. V. This
Yes,
learning
Chandra?
guide it's on the Moodle community.
Yes, Lorenzo would have put it on for you guys.
I'm not sure if it's just me, but I can't click on the link. Maybe someone else can just confirm.
Andre, your hand is up.
Yeah, can I just actually send Doc an email about it earlier, because the Learn Guide that I downloaded when we were just registered is a very slim and trim little document with just a few notes in it. It's actually not as detailed as the previous learning guides with all the activities and the contents, etc. in it. So I'm also a bit confused.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the copy that Lorenzo sent to me, and I'm going to send it through to all of you. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that it was put up for you guys. And I'm busy asking you if you read when clearly you would not have known what you'll have to read. So let me just have a look here. Okay, I'll share that with you guys. Okay, sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that. I just assumed that it was put up. Let's get through this one though. For those that, because I see Andre, you put secrecy around is concerning. Anybody else want to say anything about this that was problematic? Because we're coming right almost to the end now of Unit 2.
Hi, Doc. It's Tebogo.
Yes, Tebogo.
Yes, I think I agree with the message that was posted before mine in terms of the secrecy being concerning and the fact that it doesn't sound like proper procedures were followed in terms of ethics conduct and the fact that the interviews are happening without the knowledge of the participants.
Yes, great. Karen?
Yeah, I think same as that. The informed consent for me would be the biggest problem. They don't know that they're participating in the study. They've got no opportunity to decline, and the nature of the information that is shared in the sessions and beyond that would be confidential. So I would have a problem with the study completely.
Thank you. Devashri?
For me, I think the ethical issue, the biggest one is the deception, posing as a victim, and not allowing the other participants to actually know what you're actually doing there to collect data, for me, I think is a big red flag.
And before Andre comes in, because he says he's got a solution, and I'm very excited to listen to the solution. But I mean, even from a deeper level, if there was no consideration of the, dignity, respect for privacy. I mean, these are abused women. You know, even if you, I mean, the title of this research itself. Okay, when I read that, let me just tell you what that was again. It was, she wants to find out from the women who stay in the shelter where they acknowledge factors, whether they acknowledge factors in their own behavior and attributes that may have contributed to the abuse. So these are abused women, and your research is on asking them, what do you think you did to deserve the abuse? You know, we spoke about that also when it came to, you know, a topic that you are choosing. So how would choosing a topic like this benefit abused women? I don't know if I'm the only person thinking about it in this way. You know, I think the first thing I read, the red flag for me was, what kind of research topic is this? You know, because clearly they're in a shelter because they were being abused, irrespective of what they did, they were abused, whether they were dressed inappropriately or whether they spent their how they spent the social grant money. How is this research supposed to be something that is impactful for, you know, women that are, or men, women or men that you know, are experiencing abuse? So I think, you know, that was one thing. Yes, the secrecy thing that Andre spoke about, the informed consent that Devashri and Karen also spoke about. Tebogo, you also picked on that, you know, the secrecy, you know, going in there, you know, like a covert operation, not telling them who you are. I mean, sitting with people, and then it's, yes, we can say lying about yourself, that you are an abused woman when you are not an abused woman. You know, it's basically going in there and telling people that you have no respect for, you know, what they've been through. You have no respect for, you know, their rights as an individual. And you also going in there, you know, then coming out with the research that's going to look at everything that does not contribute to their rehabilitation, but to actually point fingers towards them to say, well, maybe you should start thinking about what you did. You know, so I don't know. For me, it was just, I think it was on that level. It was just so ethically wrong. I feel it was such an ethical violation on this person's part to go and do that, you know, over and above just the tick boxing of everything else in terms of, you know, from a research perspective, but just from deeper level root, you know, ethics, from an ethical perspective, from a moral perspective. You know, it is just, yeah, it's any case. Yeah, thank you, Tebogo. It's definitely not going to benefit abused men or women. Absolutely. Devashi, before I take yours, I think Andre was going to say he's got a solution. So let's listen to the solution. And then as soon as Andre is done, Devashi, then the floor is yours.
Thanks, Doc. Yeah, so I was just, it just hit me. And obviously this is a very sensitive context. First, I think perhaps the methodology, the method section might be a bit, the student perhaps tried to express themselves in what they're interested in, and they went off on a tangent, and they think it might work. And that is what we see with our students. They sometimes have these ideas, you know, but it's a case of, do you want to finish your study or you want to change the world? I always tease my students to say, it sounds like a Miss South Africa speech when they ask you a question. You want to change the world and make these promises. So what I was thinking for this, if we tweak some of the aspects of the study, and obviously I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty here. If it's a qualitative approach, perhaps ethnography could work here if that person truly wants to immerse themselves in such an environment. But then the student would need to be very specific if they become part of such a group. So, and somebody just said now, you know, the deception, I think it's Devashri who said it, it's not great. But if they immerse themselves within this group, it could actually pass in terms of that approach. But then the student needs to be intentional if becoming part of that group for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. What then about those women and the experiences and their day-to-day business are you interested in? So that is just my sort of, you know, a diluted approach or suggestion.
No, absolutely. And I 100% agree with that. I know I think it was at a conference that RCD had year before last. And I think that was one of the issues that I had with one of the students that presented. She took the very same approach, But I think when I asked her, because how would you then separate yourself? When you are writing the research, how do we know that it's not your voice and it's their voices? So I think it comes back to that. As supervisors, how we also work with our students to say what do you want to achieve from this study? What's your topic? What do you want to achieve? Yes, it sounds like a Miss South Africa pageant or Miss World kind of answer, but I think that's the whole point of research, right? It's to find answers to world problems. It's to plug that gap. So I think that's where we start off. I mean, if this was my student and she said to me, I think the first thing I would have said to her, okay, I think you need to reword the way you're doing this research, because what do you want to actually get out of this? I mean, you're saying that you want to see whether being there, to find out whether the women are truly rehabilitated during their stay. So what's the connection between the rehabilitation and the abuse? Right? So, it's like those kind of questions so perhaps this person had a supervisor that didn't really sit down with her and, talk her through, listen, you need to first look at this research topic, Firstly, if you want to even use ethnography and go into the space, do you think these women are going to be open to you asking them questions about what they did to actually bring about their abuse? So I think it's important that we sit with the student, we kind of understand, you want to find out, or what are some of the questions you want to ask, your participants? What do you want to get out of this research? How is it responding to a bigger problem in the world? Because something has to come out of it, right? So what would your recommendations be? I mean, what would this student's recommendation be? Spend your grant in a different way. Use more clothes that cover you up. I'm sorry, I know I'm saying it in that way, but it's like, what would your recommendations be if you were looking at these, variables, and you're saying, I'm looking at these things, and depending on these things, I want to find out how these three things contributed for you becoming an abused person. So yeah, but I think that's a great way as well, Andre, as you said, to dilute it. But it always will come back, I think, to, us gauging with our students and making sure every step of the way that we are aware of what they are doing. And we need to let them know that they have to check in with us as supervisors before they can embark on anything, right? And when it's, writing that proposal, obviously, I don't know, with this example, I mean, it was an example put in here as identify the ethical issues. I don't know if something like this would have maybe happened. The person would have had to have got, ethical clearance, but maybe this was a student that could have maybe skipped that part and just started doing their own things, because we do have those kind of instances happening where they don't even go the ethics route. They just start, embarking on field work without getting that. So we as supervisors just need to drill that into our students, that before you do anything, you need to put the plan together. It needs to be on paper. It's that proposal that goes through, and you need to document every single thing that you intend doing. And what you say you're going to do is what you need to do. Okay, Devashri, you can go ahead.
Hi, I think first I want to comment on the ethnographic approach. And I think, in the social sciences, that is a very valid approach, immersing ourselves in the real world lives of our participants. But again, I think that approach needs to have the ethical considerations, and rightfully said, it has to have those particular design focuses of what you want to accomplish doing that. But secondly, I think, we always worry about the ethical considerations of the participants or the field work and the implications for the people in which, or the context in which we're going to carry out the research. But just to have a little mind shift is, as supervisors, I think we also need to think ethically about the safety of our students and the implications for their safety in terms of ethics as well. I mean, this situation can go so wrong if the participants find out that this person has deceived them or is acting unethically for the student. And sometimes we don't give enough consideration to the implications for the student that's carrying out research. I know of one situation where a student wrote a proposal to get into the Cape Flats and interview the gang members.
Oh.
Now, that proposal didn't pass through the ethics committee because of that
safety
very
aspect.
consideration of safety for the student, because it was a female student going into a very dangerous situation that could have been bad outcomes for the student, and as well as the implications for the institution if that research was actually ethically passed. So I think we also have to take into consideration the safety of our students when we think about ethics as well. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks, Devashri. There was actually a master's student, so she was a research-directed master's, and her research was on inmates in the prisons. I still remember it was some time ago, but I know she had quite a bit of a tough time when it came to ethics, because she's a female student wanting to go into the prisons and speak to inmates, and there were so many things that she had to have covered in terms of exactly what you're saying. I think the committee was looking more about, not just her physical well-being, but the mental well-being after that, going into that space and how it can impact us, impact a person emotionally. And it took us some time just to she did get past the ethics part of it. They did approve it, but obviously there were specific conditions that they had given to her as well to try and make sure that, as much as we want, it was a very interesting piece of research, but the safety of the student was obviously, the researcher was also very important. So yeah, I mean, we get some researchers that go into, I don't know if you guys watched this thing where they were doing some documentaries. They call them like the agoras, right, in India, where you have these men that they kind of renounce all things that are materialistic, and they've got some very strange things that they do, where they believe in eating of the human flesh, once it's cremated, and there's energy in it. And there was actually a researcher that was sitting amongst them and trying to, learn more about them. And I think at some point he realized that he had to get himself out of there, because, there were suggestions, they were very suggestive in the way of, probably he was going to be the next meal. So exactly that as well. Sometimes certain things that our students want to, maybe very important things, perhaps that student that was looking at the Cape Flats wanted to understand as well, why are we having these issues with the gangs? Because it is a huge problem. We hear about the Cape Flats and all the bad things that are happening. So maybe there's some other, it's either a social problem, is an economic problem, what problem is it? Maybe we need to see what it is and, how then can we help? But unfortunately, it's exactly that. The ethics committee will see it as much as we would like to find out, we don't want to find out with you going in there and then something happening to you. So yes, exactly that. Safety of a researcher is also very, very important. And I think that's also something we can, thank you for that, Devashi, but we guide our students on as well, especially when it comes to when they're choosing a topic. And I think Andre spoke about that, the research design, and, where are you looking to get your sample from, your participants, and you'll be able to establish from there, there are some things like, our students want to research on, and it can be very sensitive issues, and I think we need to guide them there as well to say to them, when you're dealing with, abused women or, rape victims or whatever it is, there's certain things that you as the researcher also have a responsibility to your participants to ensure that you create a safe space for them, you protect their identity and, all of those things, but you also have a platform that, that's open for them should they also go into that thing of, having a, emotional breakdowns or whatever it is, that you also are covering your participants. But exactly, point taken, that absolutely our students' safety is also very important. And that's something that we should, as supervisors, be really identifying and talking to our students about. Kenny, I saw your hand was up. Please go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Mine is a brief one. I just wanted to say that I think it was Devashri who touched on that as well just now, and it is that I think another thing to consider is I think like she mentioned as well, the profile of the researcher, of the student who is about to do this research, because I remember we did some research in. It was on gangsterism actually in Manenberg, in Gugulethu, in Nyanga.
Wow.
But we actually had people from those communities, and we had certain people who were once involved in these kinds of in gangsterism, and so we could access these communities. For example, I went to Google it with one of the, quite a well-known individual in that community and all that.
Right.
Others who came from, it was a research kind of a broad, a huge project, but others who were in Manenberg, who stayed in Manenberg, were able to access that particular community. So actually earlier when Devashi was speaking, I was actually thinking about some studies have to be done by people who are equipped in that particular area. For example, as I was listening to, and sorry that I didn't read this, the case that you read, but I felt like some of these should be done maybe by social workers. They know how to deal with people in these kinds of situations, and so I think, just to echo what Devashi said, that we also need to think about the safety of the researcher, but also their connection. Would they have access to this particular group of people or this community? Thank you.
Thanks for that, Kenny. And wow, you're very brave. But it sounds like very exciting research. I think that's the thrill as well of doing research, right? When you are taking on those sort of subject areas that are very controversial, and also spaces that many fear to actually enter. But as you said, you kind of find a way of how you can reach out to the community. Still, I would say you're very brave, because things could really, really take a very quick turn, even if you're with somebody that knows the community well. But yes, absolutely. I think all these things have to be considered, and that's where I think the ethics committee comes into play, right? Because they've got a role to play in this as well, in terms of, the student comes in and says, well, I'm doing this. And for example, like what you've said now, maybe a student comes and says, well, I'm going to go into this space, but I've already made connections with these 3 community leaders, and I won't be going into the homes of the people. There will be a community center in a space where there will be security provided, but I will be able to have people that are coming into that space that I will be able to interview, right? So they will sign the informed consent, but I'm in a space that's safe, and I'm with people that are there that do know the community. So sometimes there's also the language barrier and things like that, or the cultural barrier. So yeah, there's ways around it, but it needs to be, when you're advising your students as well, yes, the safety aspect, very important, but they need to have ways of how they need to show the ethics committee that, ethics not only of your participants, as we're saying, but the safety of the researcher is also being preserved, and you are doing various things to make sure that you, as a researcher, you're going out there and you kind of got a plan, and your safety is not, you're not under duress to do anything, or you're not in a space where you're not safe. So it's just about convincing your ethics committee, but also not in paper, but to make sure that your student does have all of that in place. And it's not just for the ethics committee to say yes, it's to actually show proof of that I've made connections with these people. This is the place that's willing, that I'm going to have this. So there's a lot involved when it comes to, I think, these type of research topics. And, when we're talking about what Devashri pointed out now, a very important thing, which is, the safety aspect, maybe that also should be something that, is in an ethics form as well. When we're putting it in there, they're asking us exactly that, what you said, Devashri, how are we protecting our participants, and how are we doing the research, the process, we're following everything that's, as per ethical, good conduct. But what about the researcher? Yes, I'm doing all of this research, but what am I doing, or what am I going to do that's going to make sure that I am protected as well?